Good morning. I'm seeing Tesla under 600. Tesla under 600. Dip buy. Oh yeah, Tesla end of day yesterday saw some nice accumulation. Oh yeah.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All right, so it looks like we're going to have another meme-tastic day. AMC's not wanting to die yet, which is interesting. Oh, one thing I did note, guys, this morning, as I was drinking my coffee, the market makers added on SNDL, they added $2, $2.50, $3, and $3.50 strikes today that expire today. And they also added them for next week and the week after, which is important to know because those weren't there before. Um, SNDL, I anticipated to go down, but if they have call flow today coming in on the twos, the dollar fifties today have 140,000 outstanding open interest. Excuse me. If they have call flow on the twos, which I'll be watching, this thing might go higher. It's definitely worth watching the call flow on that for sure. And then the other thing too I'm watching is let's see here, what do I got up? So I'm watching call flow on the dollar fifties, the twos, and the 250s. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to be watching Workhorse $15 strikes again today for call flow. And, of course, AMC kind of dictates what some of these other ones do. I'm going to be covering some of my my sold calls my $1.50 calls that I sold on SNDL here at the open. I'm going to take a little bit of a loss, and I actually might even sell some of those puts that I bought yesterday. I got a lot of them. I might try to add those back in later. It looks like SNDL might actually, do something today. Okay, then I'm watching the normal stuff. So I'm watching Tilray, Workhorse, AMC, EXPR, MVIS, Tesla, Clove, Fubo, and Kodak. Good luck, guys. I'll probably be quiet the first 15 minutes because I'll be trading.
It's cracking.
Just slinging SNDL around, Dre.
I love. Dude, have you ever had like a power outlet just stop working?
Check your breaker and a GFI.
Last night my internet went down and I was like, what's going on with my internet? And then realized that the power outlet my internet was plugged into stopped working. It was weird.
Sounds like a power surge.
Yeah, and actually it happened right after I plugged in a fan in the same room.
Yeah, definitely a power surge. Or you pop the
Interesting. So can I just like flip the breaker and then it does it, or is it broken?
Is every outlet in that room not working, or is it just that one?
No, just that one.
Outlet's a little pop switch on it. You'll have them in your bathroom for sure.
You can just pop the circuit breaker. If you go downstairs, one should be in the middle, and if you can find, did both of them die or just one of them died, Dre?
Both of the ones that are connected to it aren't working.
Yeah, you probably just pop the circuit breaker. So go downstairs and look for that one that's kind of in the middle, and just turn it off and turn it back on. And that's it.
Okay. Cool.
I do it all the time because I have kids. So yeah.
Bio. Is Bio in here? SENS.
This SNDL looks really weak.
Yeah, I'm watching the call flow right now, and a lot of the $1.50 strike for today is sell flow.
I'm gonna keep my puts here just to see what happens.
Still have them too. I'm also watching, I don't know if you heard what I said earlier, but I'm also watching the $2 strike for any flow right now. It hasn't been anything because they added today the 2s, the 250s, the 3s, and the 350s.
They've got up to $9 strikes for 16 July too. I don't know if those are new or not.
Yeah, I think they are. So on the weeklies, they added a bunch more, and then on the monthlies, they added some. PSTH is getting monkey hammered this morning. I guess they didn't like Bill Ackman's deal. All right, so on AMC, the call flow is pretty large at the $1.45, and that's to be expected because it's the cheapest one. It does have a pretty big outstanding interest, 41,424. It's obviously not going to get to 145 today, but I mention that because if you look at the volume again, that's been traded between, let's say, 70 all the way up to 145. It's about let's see here, 35,000 contracts. As of right now, that's obviously not enough to make it go to 70. But they are buying this one here, the 60, 13,000 have traded right now. That's pretty interesting. That's more than yesterday when I was watching it at this time. So possibility of it going to 60 based on that.
The bid is just getting overwhelmed by the ask on SNDL. You can see it.
That's pretty common action for that. Workhorse is at the low of the day, guys. I think that's more on SNDL. That's more like shorts attacking it. That's pretty common if you watch it every day, how they do that. There's like 2 or 3 people that basically control it, flip it back and forth.
And you're one of them?
No, I don't play with them up here. They usually only come in when it's above $1 because they can make that dollar spread on 200-300,000. Watch how it trades. Like what they'll do is they'll they'll put a bunch of bids out there. They'll get the bid really strong. Then they set on the offer with like a weak offer, but it's like a reserve offer, and they'll get like 1 million shares short. Then they'll pull their bids to make it look weak, and then everybody will sell, and then they'll flip it and cover it for $1, or not for $1, for a penny.
Wow.
Thinking about adding some of these puts, man. All right, I covered some of my calls that I sold yesterday, the $1.50 ones. I covered the next Friday's $1.50. I'm still holding the ones that expire today because I think they're going to expire worthless. So I might as well just keep them. Yeah, I still have them. It was those AMC puts. It was a YOLO. They're not working out, and they're like 20 cents or something. Let me look. Hold on. Oh, take that back. They're 4 cents now. I just wrote that trade off. It's just sitting in my account. I added some more of those SNDL dollar puts for next Friday at 6 cents. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to put any more in that trade I got. Let's see. I got 3,500 in it. That's enough. So I got some like trades just put out there with some profit from this week. I got that one. I got Fubo, which isn't doing well. Fubo $24 puts for next week. AMC $25 puts, which are going to expire worthless. I got, let's see, some sold calls on SNDL for this Friday that I'm holding today, and then the ones for next Friday I covered. Here's my current sundial position. I'm in my Fubo position, which is beating me up. Who called sundial weak at the open? Who was that? I forget.
I think it was me.
All right, buddy. Good job. That was a pretty big sell. Somebody just puked some up there. Boy, I don't see any call flow at all on Workhorse, SNDL, or AMC really. I just added 5 more Fubo puts for the $24 strike next Friday at 39 cents. So I have 60 of those now, guys, from 56 cents average. So I see weakness across the board in all the meme stocks, guys. Do you guys see the same thing? Workhorse is almost at 13, low of the day. Anybody? Am I talking to myself?
Yeah, I see it. Thinks like this is ending now.
All right, let's figure out a place to buy Workhorse. Let's look at some levels. Actually, this is a pretty good level here, right here to buy Workhorse.
And LEDS went from 16 to 27.
All right, I got out my workhorse for pretty much even. I lost 2 cents, but I don't like how it's chilling here. It should have bounced. Man, I need some of my put positions to start working for me. All right, our dollar puts are finally starting to move on SNDL. So let's hope for like sub 110 today. That would be sweet. These things really get moving. All right, workhorse hitting the low of the day again. SNDL's low of the day, NAKD's low of the day, EXPR's low of the day. Fubo is just hanging out. Be nice to get a super knife down on AMC. Looks like 48.70 might be a spot where we might get a knife. Kind of boring. Maybe I'm just not looking at the right stuff. That call flow on AMC at the $60 level has really slowed down. All right, what are you guys watching? I'm trading SNDL for a penny. We need like a $5 super knife on AMC. I'm gonna call it at 48.70. 48.70, we get a super knife. All right, guys, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna get another coffee. Dre, you see anything we're trading?
Good morning, guys. It's Ryan. Sorry, I'm not on the mic today. I was coughing and hacking. I'm not feeling too good today. I have to be on some other meetings, so sorry.
Hi, Ryan.
Hey, good morning. Is this Dave?
Tape.
Oh, what's up, Dave? More sideways, it seems, huh?
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Jay. What's up?
Why you slept like you got the COVID?
No, my whole family, we've all had it. My wife had it for like 3 days. Just a head cold, congestion.
Yeah, that's what they call the COVID.
Yeah, it's this. I can't taste or smell anything. I don't know what it
Everything,
is.
everything's COVID these days. You stub your toe and people are like, "You got
Yeah.
COVID?"
Yeah. I'm like, the common cold still exists, people. How are you guys doing today on this lovely Friday?
Well, I'm kind of getting my ass handed to me today.
What are you doing, bud?
I just carried over the wrong stuff. I got killed on AMC puts. I mean, I didn't get killed, but I lost on AMC puts. I'm losing on Fubo puts. My SNDL puts haven't moved. They haven't done anything, even though SNDL is down 11 cents.
Oh,
Let's see.
wow. Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
And then I made 2 bad trades that cost me a couple grand.
Uh,
So, yeah.
Fridays are tough, man. They're always really one of the hardest days. I don't. I mean, AMC, that looks pretty heavy here in the 52 area, right? So that should come down.
I'd like to see it break down, under
Yeah.
48.50, but I don't know, man. Look at the $60 call flow on that today. It's not too bad.
Yeah. What's scary is if it breaks like 55, who knows? It's one of those kind of plays on a Friday, but if it breaks under 50 soon here, you'll be in good shape. When's your expiration? Like next week?
Dude, these aren't gonna get filled. They're $25 puts.
Oh,
They're just a YOLO.
oh yeah. You wanted a gap down to like 30, didn't you?
That was the plan.
Yeah. Hey, you know what, man? You take that 9 out of 10 times, you're right. Honestly, on a trade like that, third day up. But you had a good week.
No, I had a really good week. What I'm giving back is literally like 2% of what I
Yeah.
made this week. It's not a big deal,
Yeah.
but it just sucks because I had a really good run and I wanted to cap the week off with green. It's only an hour in, so I got some positions out there.
Yeah.
I did
What's
buy.
interesting, AMC's holding.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say AMC's holding, and Workhorse is. I'm wondering if Workhorse is going to get another push. I don't think so. It's been pretty weak, but this 13 level is kind of holding up.
Just getting ready to tell you, I just bought this.
Oh, did you? Good. Yeah, I'm glad I got commons. I didn't get contracts, so I was like, I don't know where this thing's going to go. So I have 200 at 14.
I just bought that.
Oh, you just posted something? All right, let me look. I'm on my mobile here.
I'll just tell you, I bought 50 contracts of the $15 strike, and I paid 15 cents. Just in case we get a spike, like a quick spike up to 14.25, 14.50 area. I already have my sell out there at 50 cents too.
Yeah. It's putting in a reversal candle here on the 1 hour. So if this holds this 13.20 area and then next candle up, maybe you get pushed to 14. It's a good entry though. How's the volume look on the shorter time frame?
Tesla's up $22 today.
Yeah, I kind of thought it was going to go up, honestly. But now that it's staying like under the 600 level, it's I don't know. I got out of those puts that I took, but I could see it continuing to grind up here over 600. It's had 3 or 4 days of just fading, so I wish I bought calls actually this morning. It would have been a good entry on calls, but you know what? In my mind, I'm trying to allow more time for these things to play out and not. Ultimately, like Tesla under 600, it can still fade over next week, break 570, hit 550 or whatever. But it's not going to all happen. I think sometimes my time frame is too short on my expectations, and so like here, I'm just thinking it's probably going to hover around the 585 to 600. Maybe most of the day. I mean, if they get big volume, it could break out, but that's why I'm just trying to do tight little scalps here.
You guys want to see what I made yesterday?
What did you post? What you made yesterday?
Here, I'll show you. This is what I made yesterday. This is my new mailbox, guys. It's 6 foot tall.
Oh, I thought you were gonna post your P&L. What you made?
Isn't that cool? That's my new mailbox. So I bought the rooster from Tractor Supply and I kind of reconfigured it.
Oh, that's great.
So now when people come to my house and they don't know where I live, I'm going to tell them to look for the red rooster.
I love it. That's so cool.
Yeah, I did that with a couple of my kids. And I actually enjoy creating stuff, like doing stuff like that. And it's not Atlanta. I'm in Missouri.
So Tim, it looks like the legs on it are pretty like light, which is good. I lived in a community in Florida, and it was a lot of the houses around me had big old like concrete stucco mailboxes that matched their houses. And I asked my builder, I said, "Can you make me one of those?" Because he just put a cheesy little 4x4 post mailbox in, and he says, "Absolutely not." He said, if someone smashes into that thing and wrecks their car, you can be held responsible for constructing something in the because your mailbox is actually part of the easement, I guess, for the road or something.
Yeah, I don't know about all that here, but I did anchor it into a concrete pad that we built. And the legs, they're kind of springy, so they like when the wind blows, it kind of rocks back and forth. It looks kind of cool.
Yeah, no, it looks pretty cool. It's certainly, I think if a car hit it, hopefully it never does, but it would. It looks like it would not do a whole lot of damage to something. But these were like big old, like 3 foot by 3 foot block.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I think it's so sad that we have to worry about, other people with their cars hitting our property and us being at fault. This is crazy.
I totally
Yeah.
agree. Totally
So
agree.
my family and I, we live on a big parcel of land, and our house is more like an estate home. And so, like the guy next to me has like a 28,000 square foot house with an 18-car garage. But anyway, you know how estates typically have a name, like you name your estate. We were talking about it last night, my wife and I, and she's like, we should name it Red Rooster Hill because we live on a hill. We're actually the highest point in the whole entire county of where like Kansas City and stuff is, our house. And she goes, we should call it Red Rooster Hill. And I was like, why don't we name it Red Cock Hill? Everybody will know exactly where Red Cock Hill is. She's like, we can't name our state Red Cock Hill. The kids would be like, we live in Red Cock Hill. Do you want your kids named Cock? So we named it Red Rooster Hill.
Hey, K Biggs.
Kev on today?
Well, he just put out a message, but maybe he's not on voice. I was just gonna say, Joanne, you're gonna buy my steaks tonight.
Jeez. Must be Friday.
Sorry.
Is anybody making money today? Like good money?
No, treading lightly.
Dude, I'm struggling, man. Well, I'm struggling. Here's where I'm at. Down 3.
Yeah, but you probably made like 40 this week, right?
Oh no, I made more than that.
See? I don't feel bad for you one bit, buddy. You did great.
Yeah. This is about 1%. 1% of what I've made in the last 3 weeks.
You're getting spoiled, Tape. You're getting spoiled.
I know. Remember when I first came into the room and I'd post my piano, it'd be like $700, and it'd be like, I'm really
Yeah.
happy. I'm really happy with this. This is a good profit today. Now it's like I make $2,000. And I'm like, what the hell? Why didn't I make 5? My wife actually said something about that yesterday or the day before to me because I had a really good day like yesterday, so I made like almost 40 yesterday, and I was telling her I was like, I could have made way more had I timed my exits better, and she's like, I remember when you first started trading back in 1997. You would make $500 and you would come down and be ecstatic, and you wouldn't tell me about what you could have should have made. You'd be like, I made $500. Isn't that amazing? And she goes, and now you're making like 10,000, 20,000. Like today you made 40, and you don't say, I'm grateful I made 40. You say, I should have made more. And she's always good to point stuff out like that.
Yeah. That's a good wife.
So she's just like, you need to focus on gratitude, Tim. I'm like, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But I've had a really good year. I had a good year last year when I started trading in August, I guess. Yeah, middle of August. And I had a pretty good year. And then January just started out killer. I mean, I think in January alone, I think I made like $325,000 or something. And it's just been gravy since. A couple weeks ago, I was averaging about 80 grand a month, but now I'm up to a little over 100 per month. I'm just trying to get to like a tenth of TJ's numbers.
TJ been on in a while?
He comes in on chat once in a while, but he hasn't been on voice.
Yeah, I was gone last week for the most part, so I didn't know.
Yeah, I actually miss hearing his voice. TJ, if you hear me, I miss you. Please come back.
Yeah.
Come back, TJ.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys are here.
Yep, holding it down over the summer. Yeah, he's comes in like Mayo said, what a beautiful day. He'll say that, and he'll say, I miss Tesla. You remember how Tesla traded before the split? I miss Tesla.
Yeah.
Gosh, everything is range bound, guys. Nothing's bouncing around. I need Fubo to go to like 25.50 today would be pretty amazing. Make these puts move.
On the 1 hour on Fubo, it's a total mean like a mean reversion candle in the 1 hour. Totally absorbed the previous 1 hour, so it's
Hey,
pretty
is
bare
there
fine.
shorts on SKT? Looking.
Sorry, Solo.
Say it again, Solo.
Does anybody show shorts they can locate on SKT?
Let me look for you on toss. I do have shorts on toss. Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
You guys remember when Fubo was like 17 bucks and I was trading it back and forth and I was like, hey, Fubo's a good buy down here. We should probably be buying this. Yeah. Guess who didn't buy it? This guy right here. This guy
Yeah.
talking did not buy it. Well, guys, it's pretty boring today. If you guys have any questions, we can do a talking with tape session later. And now, talking with tape. Oh, K Biggs, if you're listening, I never got to talk to you about your house situation. So if you want to do that, we can do that at lunchtime.
You mean me or K Biggs?
K Biggs. I said K Biggs, didn't I?
Yeah, because we were talking about my house too.
Yeah, but didn't we already talk about your house?
Yep.
Yeah, he wanted to talk to me about something.
Okay.
Kevin, your PAVM is up today? Okay, here's a question. Current thoughts on AMC? I'm seeing heavy support at 52. I wouldn't call it heavy. Okay, ultimately, I don't know what your puts are for. Are they for today or next week or what?
Yeah, it's a good question. When are they for?
I mean, I don't know what they are. I don't know what price they are.
Yeah.
I don't know any of that. What price? What strike? I mean, my overall thought on AMC, I've said before, I have some puts that are going to expire worthless today too. There's no point in selling them now. But my overall thoughts on AMC are much like everybody else's. This gamma squeeze will continue until they stop buying, calls, way out of the money calls like they are with the $145 strikes today. So today it might pop. I could see it going to 60. It's got, let's see here, 33,500 contracts that traded at 60 so far, and we're only an hour into the day. 18,911 that's traded at 55, and then an additional 16,000 that's traded at 50. And that doesn't even count the 65s and 70s, which are 11,000 and 17,000. So I could see it going to 60. What happens next week? I think that it's a new week, new chain that will have to be traded. And I think that we'll get a big old super knife down on AMC. We're in day 8 now of AMC meme mania, which is almost 3 times longer than what it really should last. Guys, I was thinking last night, what if like every month Wall Street Bets and the Reddit guys attack one stock and we get like just once a month we get a week where we can like bank on meme mania for whatever it is that month. That would be so sweet.
Yeah.
Arrow High, I'm actually long calls right now on Workhorse. I think that when AMC spikes, we'll get a Workhorse spike. I got the $15 ones from 15 cents that expired today, and I got a sell order out there all ready to go at 50 cents. So that would give me 35 cents on 50 contracts. About, what was that, $1,750, $1,700. Hey Ryan, while I got you on voice, I just wanted to tell you, man, I really appreciate you taking your time out of your day to message me and ask me how I'm doing, and specifically ask me how my family's doing, man. I really like that. A lot of my friends are, that's how I treat my friends. I try to encourage them. Every day I have this rule where in my life I call or text. Sometimes I don't call, but call or text one of my friends and I just say, "Hey, I want to let you know that I'm super grateful for your friendship. I love how you encourage people. I love the fact that you're for my family and you're for me. And when I'm down, you pray for me." And that's something that I really like about you, Ryan. I just wanted to tell you not face to face, but on voice.
Oh yeah, you bet, man. Yeah, we appreciate you. I mean, you've been super helpful to everybody in here too. So, goes both ways. Same with Drados, Kev, Solo, Dave. There's a lot of great people helping in here, and times like this, it's good to have people around, especially that will tell you when you're off the reservation doing something wild and crazy, and just, hey, heads up, I don't think that's a good idea or whatever. Just it's good. Keep eyes on each other.
That's right.
All I know is on Tuesday I had 3 red balances for my AMC, and today I have 3 green balances for my AMC, and it's all thanks to you helping me roll those. So I owe you big time.
Nah, Joey, you don't owe me anything. I'm glad to help.
How far are you? You're in Missouri, you said?
Yeah, I'm in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm actually not in the city. Kansas City the city district is very large and it encompasses a lot of the, like, I would say the countryside. And I'm like on the most southern border of Kansas City. I actually would say I'm more towards this town called Lee Summit, Missouri, but I have a Kansas City address. I did a big renovation to my house and I went into the city to get a permit. And the people in the permit office were like, "You're not in Kansas City. You need to go to the county." So I went to the county and the county's like, "You're in Kansas City. We have your address as a Kansas City. You need to go back and get a city permit." So then I went back to the city like in the same day and I'm like, "Look, the county says you say I'm not in your computer. I'm not in the city. The county says I'm in the city, and I don't really care. But one way or another, I'm going to do construction on my house. I don't care if I have a permit. I don't care if I do have a permit.
I'm the same way.
Right? It's like y'all don't want to claim me. I'm fine with that. I don't want to be claimed anyway. I just want to live in a bubble in my house. That's why I have land. I don't like having neighbors. I don't like people telling me, I can't have a red door or orange flowers
Rooster.
or whatever. Yeah, rooster. Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine if I was in a suburban neighborhood? People would lose their crap. I lived when we first moved here. I bought this beautiful house. I mean, it was a stunner. It was about 10,000 square foot, 3 levels. It was in the neighborhood. It was the builder's house who built the whole entire neighborhood, and he was going bankrupt. And I bought his house at dude, you don't even want to know what I paid for this damn thing. But anyway, I thought this is cool. We got this amazing house. Neighborhood has like a city park, like a neighborhood park, a neighborhood pool, walking trails, all that stuff. And so I love to garden. I've always gardened. It's something I really enjoy. So I put a garden in my backyard, just a small one, wasn't very big. It was like 20 by 50. It was like 1,000 square foot. And we have deer. So I put a green garden plastic fence around this garden. I'll actually have to find a picture and show it to you. It was a beautiful garden. I landscaped around the edges and everything. I had 3 people on my street. This is in my backyard. I had 3 people on my street turn me into the HOA. At first, I ignored it. The second time they contacted me, I said, well, why don't we just meet face to face? So the guy comes over, him and the president and the vice president of the HOA come over, and then they threatened to sue me. So at that point, I was like, okay, well, it's going to be all out war. So I have a lawyer. I'm like, you sue me, fine. I don't really care. I'll get a lawyer. We'll battle you. And we went around and we took pictures of like all of the wrong things people had in their neighborhood, things that you're not allowed to do according to HOA, but they've never bothered those people. And we sat back down with the lawyers, and I'm like, okay, if I'm wrong on my garden, well, my lawyer was like, if he's wrong on his garden, then all of these people are wrong. And it was like a list of like 17 people, and one of them was the vice president of the HOA. And so they finally let it rest. They finally let it go, and they're like, it's not a bad looking garden anyway. Anyway, to summarize all that, we ended up selling our house because I was like, you know what? I don't want to live in a neighborhood like this where people are so far up everyone else's ass about what their house looks like. So then we went and bought this, this estate and turned it over. Anyway, that was a long story. Sorry. So now I can have anything I want just laying around.
Yeah, HOA covenants are brutal.
Yeah, I'll never live in a neighborhood that has an HOA. Well, hell, I'm never leaving this house, so I'll probably die in this house. This is my garden now. So this garden that I have, Ryan, it's a half acre. My garden is literally a half acre.
Jeez. So cool.
No, we're not growing weed. So the reason our garden is so large, guys, and I don't mind telling you this. So I have 4 kids. I think I've talked about them before. 2 of them enjoy gardening. I enjoy gardening. The other 3 could care less. But we grow about 1,200 pounds of vegetables per year in our garden. Of that, we consume about maybe 100 as a family. And then the other 1,100, we have single moms in the community that come up and pick. They bring their kids up and they come up and pick vegetables from our garden. My kids play with their kids, talk to them and stuff. And then we will take the single moms and we'll pray for the single moms and stuff. So we teach them, how to grow food, but we also care for their souls. And then at the same time, what's not taken, we give to the food pantry. Our church has a food pantry. So that's why we have so many tomatoes and peppers and everything. Yeah, I have a 6-foot high fence around it all. Plus, I have a dog that stays in the yard and chases deer away. Well, you can tell it's Friday. Fubo's sub 27 now, finally. I'd like to see 2550 on that today. I'm
For
almost
some reason, my
breaking.
screenshot's not working on my computer, so I just posted a photo I took with my phone for AMC. If you guys are looking, I think that might be the next resistance if we get a pop to 59, 56, 57, somewhere in there. Technically, it's 57.80 or so.
Ryan, can you see it going to 60 today? Like a quick pop to 60?
Not without the volume. I mean, it could if nothing else is moving and they get some big volume bars. Like yesterday at noon, let's see, at 12:30, it had a 1 o'clock push and then it tired out and then the rest of the day it faded. So maybe you get one more of those moves. Just FYI. I mean, it's definitely holding up. The last 4 bars on the 30-minute have been green, and now we're getting it pushed to 54. So
Yeah, it looks to me like it's gonna pop here.
yeah, I'm not playing it. I know some of you guys are looking at it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Jim.
Well, what do you guys think I'm going to talk about now?
Hitting the like button on YouTube.
Well, we have 38 likes and 134 people watching. We need more people to push that like button. Come on, guys. 38 is not enough. It's
Yeah,
Friday.
guys. Let's go. Come on. Let's get
Let's go.
69
Push,
likes.
push, please.
We need more content. We need another life lesson from Tim. Then we'll
On
get the
what?
legs going.
On what? You
A
probably.
life lesson on anything, man.
I mean,
A dad joke.
Yeah.
Come on, a dad joke. A
Tony,
dad joke is
no.
good.
I'll tell you this much. You can just tell by Tony's voice, he's got wisdom. I would be interested in hearing some wisdom from you, Tony. Because what are you 50? I don't want to age you, but are you about 55?
I'm younger, man. You're dating me,
Oh, dang. Okay.
but you're close. You're getting close.
Are you around my age?
52.
Yeah. No, I cracked the 50. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm turning the big 49 in a couple of days.
Hey, Jeff.
Ooh.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats. Yeah, sure.
Does your
Nobody wants getting old.
does your husband still chase you around, Jim? That's all that matters.
My husband's never home. He works all the time.
Dang, you might need to
Oh.
chase him around.
He works 7 days a week.
That's a lot. That's dedicated. Yeah.
Okay, we're up to 65. That's pretty good, guys. A couple more would be nice, though.
Yeah, we need more than that, guys.
Come on, 136 are watching.
I think you need to post a pizza picture, Jem, because it's Friday.
Yeah,
I was thinking
I'm
about
not making
pizza, too.
today, guys. Not today. Sorry, guys. Not today.
Ah,
Yeah, because I'm on a keto. I'm on keto. It's been 2.5 weeks. I'm on keto.
okay.
And it's just so hard to follow the keto with the smell of pizza dough. It's okay. And the last 2 weeks I've made keto pizza dough, but it just doesn't taste the same.
Oh, what's it made out of? Soybeans?
No, the first time I made it out of mozzarella, cream cheese, and coconut flour, and it tasted like coconut. And the second, where's Para? Parrot's at 69. Take your screenshot. He loves taking pictures of
Yeah, there you go.
screenshots of the likes at 69. Come on, Parrot, do your job.
Here, I'll put it back to 69.
It's still at 69.
There you go.
And then last week I tried it with carbulose flour, and it was a bit better, but there was a bitter taste. And I'm watching everyone eat that pizza, and I'm like, oh, yeah. So I'm going to give myself a break today. Kids don't mind. I think they're tired of pizza, frankly. It's been like every week for the last 3-4 months. Plus, it's been a bit of a... This is the time of birthdays. I had the dog's birthday on May 24th, then my son's birthday on June 1st. So it's the month of birthdays, and then mine's coming up in a couple of days, and then we're good until another 6 months, and they all start over. We have 3 Geminis and 3 Capricorns in the house. It's really funny. 3 born in June, May, June, and 3 born in December, January. So it's a funny household. 74. Okay, 74. Come on, just press it, guys. There's 137 of you.
I was 73, so I did my part today. I'm just curious, what are we trying to do with the YouTube? I mean, to what benefit is that to our Discord channel?
You. It brings in a tiny bit of revenue, and that tiny bit of revenue is going to help pay for the hosting of the website and our Asana tools and the team leaders.
Scanner.
Because we're keeping UT free, right? So it's just a way of helping out. Because TJ's never had any interest of having a paid chat room. He always wants to help as many people as he can. So this was a way of bringing in a little tiny bit of income to help out with those subscription costs.
Yep, makes sense.
Yep. Well, instead of doing like funding every time, like he funds for the other stuff. I mean, this was just easier. But it doesn't bring in much, guys. Honestly. We have to get those likes up. You want to keep UT free? Get those likes up. You must admit, every day, lots of different traders come on, and they give so much advice. If only I had this advice in 2015 when I was following blindly. StockTwit says buy. Hit that buy button. What? $20,000 just because somebody said buy. That was me in 2015. So you guys don't have that. You guys have actually people giving you call-ups and telling you why they're trading it. Back then, you would ask somebody why, and they'd tell you, oh, it's my secret strategy. It's my secret sauce. We don't do that at UT. We help you guys out. We help you give you clues on strategies.
Yeah, no one's in here trying to get paid to give you alerts.
No, not at all. This place is gold.
So I'm gonna put my Venmo up here. Please pay me. Just kidding.
Carry on, guys. I just wanted to see how everybody was doing.
So
Thanks, Jen.
thanks, Jim. So I have a friend, or I had a friend. He's not a friend anymore. Actually met him a couple times. We hung out together. We go back. I mean, him and I go back to the late '90s. Some of you guys might know him or might know of him. His name is
Tim
Magician.
Sites. Oh.
No, it's not Tim Sykes. His name is Magician on theline.com. Well, he's not on there anymore, I don't think. But anyway, back in the early 2000s, he started a like newsletter called buysellshort.com. So that's how he's known. But anyway, I tell you this story just to tell you how people can take advantage of you. He honestly would front run everybody. So he would load up on stuff, then he would put it out on his newsletter, and then when the volume would come in, he would sell into it. So, front running stuff. Well, he got caught by the SEC. He ended up getting fined and a bunch of other stuff. And I saw that. I just checked on him the other day. He's back at it again. He actually has a Discord channel, and he charges $199 a month, I think, to be in his channel. And he's got like 150 people in there. Isn't that crazy?
Yep, I believe it.
Did you see that a couple of days ago? I posted this kid. He's got a chat room, and it's a paid room, and on his and he's got a couple thousand followers on Twitter. And then on his pinned tweets is, "I graduated from high school today."
No,
I'm serious.
Oh my gosh.
You gotta
I'm
be
serious.
kidding me.
Not kidding at all. I like, boy, this guy's got a lot of experience. I bet,
Oh, that's
even if he's
crazy.
even if he's been trading for a couple of years as a teenager, he's still, probably got a lot to learn, experience wise. But he knows how to run a social chat room, that's for sure.
Yeah, and nothing against you guys that are in high school. Honestly, that's not what he meant. But yeah, when you're in high school or getting out of high school, honestly, I know you think you know everything, but you really don't. You just tell yourself that you only know half of what you think you really know. And if you tell yourself that, the rest of your life you'll stay humble. But nobody deserves out of high school to have a paid chat room where people are getting advice from you. It's just, I don't care who you are.
Yeah, I agree with that set of comments. Even now, I think, man, I still got lots to learn because the market is constantly evolving, right? And in order to keep your finger on that pulse, it takes constant revision. So even if you knew a lot when you were 30, and if you continue to participate in the market, even when you turn, say, 50, like my age, the market's way different than it was 20 years ago. There is so many new approaches and tools, and even equities that you can work on. And then there's crypto. There's just the learning never stops. Don't ever get complacent or think that I know a lot. I've got really good experience, because you have to constantly be improving yourself. Professional development, essentially, as the years go by.
Yep, absolutely. That's wise words. I'm always learning something. Okay, I'm going to change the subject, and I'm going to ask all you guys in chat and on voice to do a favor for me. All right. And it's going to seem kind of weird, but there's a point to it, and I'll explain to you what it is. So today is my mom's birthday. and I love my mom very much. I'm definitely a mama's boy. I was the baby of the family, and she always took care of me, ran me to all my practices, just like a good mom does, sacrifice for her family. And I would like all of you guys to text my mother. I'm going to put her phone number up here because I trust you guys. I want you guys to text my mom. Her name is Karen. I'm going to write all this out, and I want you to say, "Happy birthday, Karen. Your son, Tim, loves you." All right? And I want all of you to do it in the next 5 minutes. So here's the info.
How do you spell her name?
I'm going to put it up right now.
You're gonna blow up her phone.
And in case you guys did not hear me, my name is Tim, and here's her phone number. Okay, ready, go. No one's going to bother my mom after they say happy birthday, special doctor. I trust you guys. Yes, it is a US phone number.
Hey, before you put that up, I was just thinking maybe if anybody wants to do it, have them DM you. I'm just saying because this is live, right?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but
Right.
it's not like it's going to go out there into the world and she's going to get bombarded with 10 million messages.
Okay.
That's okay. Yesterday, I posted a screenshot of my option setups with my account number on it, Ryan. I had to delete that.
Oh, jeez.
No, I put the number up there. Here. It's right there. And I'm actually texting with her right now, so we'll see if she says something.
Ryan, you tried trading from your office this morning?
I'm sorry. I was just I was just texting Tim's mom.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Sounds funny. No, I'm actually at my mom's house today. We're hanging out over here. She lives in the neighborhood, so me and the kids are hanging out over here today. But I have my laptop out. I'm just on the dining room table.
Yeah, I know you're always in a different location. Yesterday, were you in your car when you were trading? You looked like you were mobile or something like that.
Oh no, I was just mobile. Where was I? I think I was in my garage or something when I took a screenshot of something. Yes, I can't remember what it was, but yeah. Oftentimes I'm on mobile, like I'll monitor stuff that way. So I'm as efficient on mobile as I am on desktop, to be honest. At least on the option trades, because I'll put my bid in pretty low. Like, I'll put my bid in if it's Tesla contracts are at 740 and 730. So I was bidding at 705, and then I had to chase it back up to 735. But like, I'll just put these orders there and sit there. So the way I trade, I can do that. I'm not like scalping, and like Drado scalps pretty quick. Within the minute candles and stuff. I wouldn't be on my phone to do that, But yeah, if I was like heavily day trading, which I'm not doing now, these are more like longer, and I say longer, like 30-minute trade setups or something. Then I'll be more comfortable to use my phone, but I, like right now I've got all like 6 charts up. I got Workhorse, XL, AMC, SNDL, Tesla, and Plug. So I'm watching those. Plug's got a bounce here. If you guys saw that little alert I put, it's only 10, 20 cents, but it's clearing 31, maybe back to 31.20, whatever. It's a little scalp.
AMC looks like it might push for high of the day here, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, Workhorse is doing nothing.
Nope. Nada.
What is Flex? I have this up on one of my old, must have been a long term. FLEX. I have no idea what it is. It's up on the side of my charts from an old watch list. And anyway, never mind. Man, I have XL. I'm bag holding that in my IRA from $12. I actually thought we were going to see 10 or so. XL fleet, that old EV play.
You're gonna be holding that for a long time, right?
I know. I don't have much. I think I have like 2,500 in it, but still, it's like I hate seeing red all the time on those. I was like, all right, 850. Maybe we'll get a push back to 10. I didn't add or anything. It's just all right.
We're gonna be in here 10 years from now. And you're gonna be like, guys, I still have that XL bag. All right, here comes another AMC push.
Yeah, it's chugging along. It's not doing anything radical, but that's pretty strong. Holding up. Anybody that's in puts is just getting crushed on the premium data burn.
Oh yeah.
Jin KV's bag holders picked for a reason. Josian, I haven't heard from him in a while.
Yeah,
I
think
like
the
him.
beginning of
So.
last week.
Oh, was it? I mean, from what I read of the company, I mean, they seem to be in a good position when all these EV companies need the infrastructure to support it. So. What is that illustration?
All right, AMC 55 here, guys.
Yep. Yeah. Get another half an hour movement, maybe till 12:30 or so. 57.
Thank you guys for sending those messages. She just texted me and she said she must have received 50 or more text messages to wish me a happy birthday. Thank you. You are a wonderful son and I love you so much.
That's great.
I already had your mom's phone number.
I knew that was coming.
Who said that?
You better take care of her, Dre. I am combat trained, by the way.
Nah.
That's okay. I'm like a ninja.
You're like a trading ninja. I actually like the idea of longing Workhorse here, guys, on AMC strength. But I would definitely keep like a 20-cent stop on it. I do think that this could pop to 14 pretty quick if AMC gets to 60.
I don't know, man. I haven't added to it. It's just going nowhere.
What haven't you added to? Oh, Workhorse. You're long the
Yeah.
common. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I'm down $100 or something like that on it. It's the big deal. Hey, what do you guys think of SPY here? Like, it's almost at 422. Might be it's ground up all day. I could see like 422.20 maybe start taking a reverse it a little bit.
Wait, SPY? What's SPY? Everybody knows the stock market is only made up of meme stocks.
Tape reader.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
Tape reader?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sorry, I didn't hear you. Somebody wanted the phone number on YouTube, but I'm not sure I'm comfortable giving it out on YouTube because, you know, I'm going to be there on YouTube for the rest of for a long
Yeah,
time.
just in here. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyways, I asked him to DM me, and if he wanted it, he could DM me, and I could have gave it to him by
Thank you,
DM.
Jem.
You're welcome.
All right, 56.50, 57 on AMC, guys.
And here's plug 3120. Told you guys. Good 25-cent move. Nothing big. Amazon looks kind of toppy here, 32.20. That's why I'm looking at SPY. I'm like, oh yeah, here it goes. SPY on the 30-minute just went red. Top wick. I'll admit I'm a little itchy for a trade right now, so gotta be careful.
All right, Fubo just got some volume. I mean, not Fubo. Workhorse just got some volume. Hopefully these calls spike a little bit. Well, that was short-lived. I might actually call out an early day, guys.
Oh, come on. We're having so much fun.
I know. I might leave it just like lunchtime because I got volleyball tonight and I have to go do some garden work. I had all my kids out there this morning at 9 a.m. cleaning out the chicken coop. 2 of them did not care. They were like, okay. And the other 2 were like, I'm only doing it because I love you. I just said, I don't care why you do it. Just do it. So I wanted to tell you guys this story. I met with one of my close friends here in Kansas City yesterday. We had a couple beers together, him and I. And in the middle of conversation, he asked how trading was going. I told him it was going fine and everything. And he told me that he had opened up an Ameritrade account, and the first thing he bought was AMC. He bought it at 21 and sold it at 55 and ended up making like $4,000 on it. And he was over the moon about it, right? And he went on and on and on about how he's figured out a way to make $1,000 a week trading this and that and the other thing. And I let him go ahead and talk. And then I said, now, do you want a dose of reality? And then, of course, I kind of laid into him a little bit and gave him, some reality. Oh, by the way, Workhorse is getting volume again. So I said, guys like you are what's wrong with the stock market. And don't take that the wrong way. But it's guys like you that you pop in, you buy MC, you get rich, or not get rich, but you make money, and then you think you know everything. And so the next time something like that happens, you guys go all in on something else and you end up losing your money. And then what ends up inevitably happening is the SEC puts out more laws. It's more confined for traders like me that actually do this for a living. And you guys just you ruin it. You ruin it for everybody else because you don't know what you're doing. You're just throwing your money around. You're just gambling. I was like, just go freaking buy scratch off lottery tickets. You probably make more money doing that anyway. You should have seen his face. Then I bought his beer.
Yeah, but without guys like that, you wouldn't be making any money.
I'd still make money off of market makers.
Eh.
Right, we need their liquidity, but we don't need their stupidity.
Did you make
Well,
that
I
up?
wonder.
That quote?
Yeah, that was a good rhyme.
Put that on a t-shirt.
By the way, if you guys played that plug move, whatever, 20 cents. I was just playing it off of yesterday's chart. It was very similar setup, faded down. So I wouldn't hold it here or anything. It was just a temporary trade, still in the downtrend on the day.
Man, Kevin has been killing it lately. Look at that, his portfolio. 6.88%. Good job, BioBucks.
Tape, I believe your mother is responding to every single text, by the way.
Yeah.
That's totally my mom. Totally my mom too. She doesn't want to be rude to anybody. All right, workhorse here. Breaking out of a little trading range channel it's been in at 1320. I'd like to see 1320 shoot back up to 1340, and then we could probably get to let's see here.
18. Just kidding.
1371. Okay, okay, give you guys a piece of advice. Don't respond back to my mom because she'll start texting you and telling you stories about me. That's funny. Thank you guys for doing that. That probably made her day, honestly.
Tape, is mom still in PA?
Yeah, she lives in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Remember that 717 area code? I had 215.
I'd watch that trend line down from high of day on workhorse. That's probably going to line up with around 14 if it does pop soon here.
That's the plan.
Retest view app, push to 15. Who knows?
Yeah,
I just
it is
found out.
just.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I don't have much faith in work. It's not. It has no range today. It's like anemic. Volume is just going nowhere. I mean, it would take a lot. It would take a lot. That's why I haven't added. I mean, those candles, look at the last 15-minute candles have just been terrible. I mean, it looks stronger to the bull side. Obviously, it's consolidated here. But you can do this the rest of the day too. All right. SPY rejecting 422. Sorry.
What is that, Ryan? It sounds like a bullhorn.
I don't know, man. It's these alerts when it's when I'm in toss and it's it's just some kind of miss key. Like if I delete, like I'm on one of my charts, I'm typing and I erase plug, PLUG, and then I erased it and I typed in Facebook, but I hit delete one extra time and it didn't like that, So it's like some kind of an alert that I'm being sloppy with.
Of a horn.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I just found out that TradingView has a desktop app. This whole time I've been using the browser base, and the desktop app is awesome.
What?
Yeah. I just got an email today saying here are the new features on the desktop app.
I have no idea. What? I had no idea.
So it's sweet because you can just have like a bunch of tabs open at the top of all your charts. You don't need to have like all your monitor, like split it or have multiple monitors. You can have it all there. It's definitely better. I'm done with the browser based. If I find I'll find the download link and send it in chat if I see it here.
Like it should be on their front page. You shouldn't have to like look for it.
I know, right? I got a monthly email today, 3 hours ago. Maybe, but if you aren't signed up for emails, then you wouldn't have got it. There you go.
I did get their email today, and I didn't read it.
I don't normally read it for some reason. I saw desktop app, but yeah, Brazilian Peter just posted the link on there.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bluehill. I just saw that actually. So the list is out. Or that's that's not even the preliminary list. That's from before. The preliminary list comes out today, the official one. So we're just kind of everyone's waiting for it. I don't think it's going to cause any initial pops. This is going to be something to be aware of. It'd be nice to have that backstop of index or volume coming in over the next month. Wonder if the day will ever come where like Interactive Brokers integrates with TradingView and I can just trade right through it.
So it's integrated on the web platform. Like when you go onto the website, they're using all the same charts, but they keep saying that they're going to integrate it on TradingView.
Eventually.
like as one of the brokers, but it's been like almost 2 years.
It doesn't Interactive Brokers doesn't seem like the kind that are itching to do stuff like that. They've been using the same style platform, kind of ugly, for a long time.
I actually was gonna ask their like support or like my contact there, like if they're aware that their platform is so bad, and like is there a plan to completely revamp it in the next year or so.
Let me know if you find out. I mean, they just did the whole. I mean, it hasn't been that long since they did the Mosaic switch over, right? Classic was, I don't think, that many years ago.
Right.
Like that was like their big update.
Yeah, this is way better. I didn't have to like change up my layouts or anything.
See, what is it? Lee Cycle pop today.
Yeah, I don't know why. Do you see any news on it?
Yeah, they confirmed that the lithium recycling, like metals recycling, is going to be part of the infrastructure bill, I believe. Like it's a priority for Biden. So that headline came out.
Where did you see that?
Walter Bloomberg this morning at 5 a.m. tweeted it.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't see it in their news. I'm gonna look for it. Thanks.
Yeah, because they've got the connections. Like one of their core investors is Tech something, who's like the U.S. government owns like a majority stake in, and then I think a member of Lee Cycle's team used to be or left to be an advisor for Biden. And they're also just kind of the only option, really. They're the going to be the largest lithium battery recycler in the world.
What company is that?
Well, it's currently a SPAC, PDAC. The Perry.com, which is pretty awesome. But the company is Lee Cycle, LI Cycle. It's a Canadian company, but they have 2 facilities being constructed, one in Rochester and one in Gilbert, Arizona, I believe. There's a European lithium battery recycling company, and they're going to surpass them with like amount of tonnage they can recycle. And they've got contracts with like GM and Ultium and a bunch of other big OEMs. Yeah, they're kind of like the only place to go because their efficiency is like 20% better than the comparables in North America right now. So they're going to get a lot of business, I think, until competitors catch up.
Did you say they have a ticker symbol?
PDAC, yeah, it's a SPAC. So it got beat up with all the SPACs and broke trendline, broke EMAs, and this news came out perfect timing today, so it's up 8% right now.
All right, it's SPAC what? LI?
PDAC.
Yeah, Papa Delta Alpha Charlie.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. I'm a holder of this, but I'm kind of bag holding it though from like the 13s. Yeah, I know. Puff puff. That's what I thought too. I was like, what the fuck? How have I not known this?
Nobody knows that TradingView has a desktop app. You're literally 0 for 4 so far.
keeps telling me though that I'm using Max devices at the same time when I literally have no other devices being like using it.
Yeah, I just got the same error. Oh, it's because I have it open on my browser.
What a boring day. No volume, nothing. Even stuff that's moving up, like there's just no momentum. It's like choppy freaking volume.
You hit your daily goal yet, Jados?
Well, I've been sitting at between $400 and $500 for literally the last hour. I'm literally about to just say fuck it. Just call it a day.
Yeah, I imagine the rest of your week made up for it.
Yeah, I think I made like 15, 16K this week. So
Damn, get it.
yeah, but that's just because it was. I mean, it's easy to place to make money when something is is just going up or just going down. It's like
Yeah.
the market's not normally like this. So I should have made more money, to be honest, but it is what it is. I'll wait for the next event.
I feel like I should ask for a commission from TradingView, be like their marketing specialist. Hey, I just signed up 8 people to your app. Square definitely got some love. Was that from that news on their hardware wallet for crypto? Whatever that means. I'm picking up Crowd today, but their earnings are really, really good.
All right, guys, I'm back. We had a hatching chick that couldn't get out of its egg, and my daughter was in a panic. So Dad had to go rescue her.
Save me, Daddy. Save me.
Well, my daughter was crying. I don't like seeing my kids cry.
True that. Does anything have momentum right now? Anything at all?
Nope, I don't see anything.
I'm literally not even AMC, not even BlackBerry, like nothing.
Yeah, DocuSign.
It's moving, but it doesn't have momentum. Like it's like
Got potential for a reversion, but I don't know. I don't know how good their earnings were.
They were good, really
Yeah,
good.
It's weird. Like Crowd, I thought Crowd crashed and they're down. Mongo database didn't do well and they popped hard. Can't
It's
figure it out.
all about not the earnings, but the change in outlook versus consensus. That's what seems to drive these SaaS stocks. Don't look at just the quarter beats. Look at how they revise Q2 guidance, and if they give it to you full year.
Drados, do you have LEDS on your watch list today? Have you been tracking that one?
I made a couple $100 off it. I've just been watching it, but it's every day it goes up $20 and then melts. So I haven't been touching it on its way down.
Dre, this one right here, BioBucks sent to me. It's a penny ticker.
SENS?
Yeah, SENS.
Yeah, I've been playing that one too.
Okay.
Me and Bio have been playing it. I'm literally about to take my $380 and call it a win on a day like this.
Right. I'm about 30 minutes away from calling it a day. Actually, I want to come back and trade Power Hour because of all the expirations of the options today, but definitely take this afternoon off for a little bit.
So how does that impact something like BlackBerry or AMC when stuff's expiring today? Does that make it go up or come down?
I mean, it depends on what strikes you're talking about, but what I like to do is I like to come in like the last hour of the day and do some cleanup and start selling naked calls against some of those that aren't gonna that are going to expire worthless. It's just free money on Friday. I call it free money Fridays, but you got to really watch what you're doing and which stocks you're doing it on. Selling naked calls it's easy, but it can be disastrous. See, like today on AMC, I'll just give you an example. One second, Dre, I'm pulling up the string. So this is just an example. I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but look at let's say look at the $80 strike. It's selling for 37 cents. 37 by 39. Okay, there's no way that AMC is going to hit 80 today. I mean, look at what it's done the last 2 days. So you could take something like this and you could sell 100 calls against it and basically sit in front of your computer and watch it all day. And your cover is if it gets close to 80, for some reason, if it does get close to 80, you just buy your stock and deliver it at 80 or whatever. But if not, you sell 100 of those at 37 cents, man. That's $3,700. That's $3,700 that you get to keep because it's going to expire at 0. You see what I'm saying?
So you're banking on degens.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this thing look at the probability of being in the money. It's got probability of being in the money at 4.2%, probability of being out of the money at 95.8%. You have a 95% chance of making that trade work. And the other 4%, you can just very easily sit in front of your computer. And if it gets even remotely close to 80, you could buy your shares and deliver them at 80.
In order for me to do 100 call options naked, I need 1.3 million in my account to sell those.
Oh,
That's
really?
the margin impact, just so
Yeah.
everybody knows 100.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Is that what broker's that?
Interactive Brokers. Yeah. I don't know if it's because it's the meme stock. It's requiring me additional. It does when I try to short. I need 4 to 1. I need 4 to 1 in the opposite direction. I need to have 400% buying power in order to short.
Yeah,
100.
TJ has talked about this before. In order to sell naked calls, you need to have a larger.
But you could do a spread up there too if you to reduce that. But they've put some on the meme stocks. They've put some additional restrictions, so that's why maybe your broker doesn't have that additional restriction that mine does.
Well, I don't know. Let me take a look. Let me see. Let's see. I'll try to sell some of the $70 ones right now and see what happens.
Yeah, I was doing 100 of the 80s.
Well, I'll be damned. They won't let me. It says, well, here, I'll just show you. This is what it says. So apparently I can't do it.
Closing only. Damn.
And this is on toss, and I have level 5 options trading too.
Yeah, they're just not letting people trade it certain ways. It's happened last time too.
You can probably find a spread of some sort.
Yeah, you could sell the 70s and buy the 75s and choose that.
Right.
I
So the
wonder
market
if it,
makers are able to sell these, right? But we can't.
right, exactly. They get to collect all the free money apparently. You probably could buy one in the money call and then sell. Let's see if it'll let me do that. I don't know. Maybe it will. I'll let you guys know. Yeah, I changed my mind. There's no point.
There's probably something you could do with, like we were saying, selling a call spread.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about it. Because if I did it, I would want to sit here and watch it, but I'm not going to be here, so I'm not going to tie myself to my computer today. I do have those contracts on SNDO that are expiring worthless today. Those are going to pay me some money. That's funny that it'll let me sell calls on SNDL, but Toss won't let me sell any calls on AMC. These are my ones that expired today. I wanted more, but I wasn't paying attention this morning and got distracted. Last week I had 3,600 of them that expired worthless, and I was going to try to get at least 1,000, but like I said, I missed it.
All right, quick question, Tim, on options.
Yeah, go ahead.
I bought or I sold a $14 covered call on BlackBerry for $1.86, and it expires today. The stock is currently at $14.99. Will that call option be exercised at 14 or at $15.86?
Hey, can you just write it out for me? I'm sorry. I was
no problem.
listening because I'm in the middle of a trade. Just write the strikes out and tell me the prices, and then we can chat about what you can do.
Will do.
All right, I flattened out my workhorse. $15 strikes. I don't have them anymore. I took loss on it. Still getting monkey hammered on my Fubo. And what else am I getting hammered on? That's pretty much it. AMC, that's a lost cause. That's written off. Oh, I'm getting murdered on SNDL $1 puts for next Friday. This SNDL 150 naked call that I got though will offset that by a couple cents. So I can let that go to 5. After 5 cents, it becomes a negative for me. All right, Joey, what do you got? You sold BB $14 cover call for $1.86. Okay.
Yeah, I'm editing it. So I was just curious whether that's today's expiry, and I'm just curious if it'll be called out at $14 or if it'll be called out at $15.86.
Oh no, the contract price 14 is what you get called at, but you get to keep the $1.86. So in essence, you're actually getting the 14 plus the $1.86. So your call out price on that would be $15.86.
So today, if the stock closes at $15.85, or what I'm curious, I know what I'm going to profit on, but will I lose the shares if the stock is at $15.50, or will I lose the shares if the stock is above $14, no matter what?
Okay, so I don't know what broker you have, but most brokers, if it's in the money, will automatically exercise it. I know with Toss, they do that 95% of the time. Robinhood does it 100% of the time. But if it closes at 1401, you're going to get exercised and you're going to lose your shares, but you're going to get paid $15.86 for them. So you don't lose money on that trade until BB gets to 1587.
Okay, understood.
Basically what Lotus said, if it closes at 14 or higher, it could be 14, 1401, 1402, you will get exercised. So do not sell your shares. But that's a good trade because you're good all the way up to 1587 or 86. I'm sorry, 1586. Did that answer your question?
It did. I'm just thinking long term for AMC next week on those 40, 45s, and 50s. I may want to roll them again because I don't want to lose the shares.
Okay. Do you want to take a look at it?
We can talk about it on Monday. It's okay.
Which ones did you sell? Did you sell this Friday's at 40?
No, it's all next week.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you'll be fine then. Yeah. We could talk about it next week. I think you're going to be fine on those, by the way. If you sold 40s, I honestly do think you'll be fine next week on AMC. I could see AMC going back down to the $28, $27 range. I thought it would do 27, early this morning, but this shows you what I know. So you have BB shares. What price do you have BB shares at, if you mind me asking?
Like $12 or something. There, it's not a very good. I just got 100 of them, so I was just playing around with one contract just to.
Yeah, just do it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, okay. So tell me, if you're in at $12, let's say you collect this $1.86. What is your real price on BB?
$10.14.
Okay, correct. Good. And then, so say the stock goes to 12 on Monday. Let's say it opens up at 12. Tell me what you would do.
I'd sell another call.
Okay, perfect. That's what I would tell you to do.
All right. Yay.
Well, I asked kind of like, inferred questions because if your mind is tracking in the same direction, you don't want to sell out of the position until you're negative in the position. You're not negative in the position. You're actually in a pretty good position. You're up, let's say synthetically, you're up 50% on your position because you sold that call.
Yeah, but my biggest heartache right now, probably with more so the AMC, is the money that I'm making on the covered calls as it goes down is it's not quite, because I've already rolled them, is not offsetting the money I'm losing as the AMC share price goes down.
Right. And that's part of learning how to control your emotion when you're selling a covered call, because the theta's not kicking in yet. When you see your profit will be next Thursday afternoon and then all day Friday. You're going to see that thing, especially if AMC's at like $35. That'll hold throughout next week. AMC stock will go down. You'll see the immediate effects of that because that's, penny for penny, you'll see it in your account. But with the options, or the calls, you have to actually wait it out. And the day that you start making the money is typically on the Friday. That's when stuff starts to burn off. And it burns off, it happens very, very quickly. So in your mind, you have to prepare yourself beforehand and say, okay, I sold this $40 call for, I don't know, $7 or whatever, $8, let's say. And let's say the stock goes down 5. In your mind, you expect the call to go down 5, but that's not actually what happens. The call will go down like $1.50. So in your account, it looks like you're losing money. But in your mind, you have to say, okay, now if it doesn't get to 40, I'm going to collect this $8. And this $8 will far exceed the couple dollars that I'm losing on the common. The only problem is I have to wait it out and I have to watch this negative balance for a while.
I got you.
So it'll happen. It's like the market makers, they sold these let's say, let me look here. So they were selling these like $70 strikes on AMC they started selling them at like, I want to say it opened at 30 cents when they added the string, but it went all the way up to 15. All right. So the stock did pierce 70 this week, but I'm just using this as an example. They had to basically sit tight when they were selling them at 30 cents, selling them at $1, selling them at $2, selling them at $3. They were seeing negative accumulation because they were naked the calls, and they had to sit there while their accounts were being debited for these calls going up, calls going against them. But look today. Okay, so they had to endure that all week, right? But look today. It's at 53 cents. All right. It's down 83% today. Now that will expire worthless. That's going to be a big fat zero today. That being said, they had to sit there and watch it go from 30 cents to 15 and back down to zero. But in all of that trading and all of that emotional trauma that they took on this week, they made out 100% on those contracts. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you for kind of explaining that. So I'm up about 43% on my contracts for expiring next week. And so I've already made like about $3,500, and they're 42, let's just call them 4750 calls. If I average the two, I got 2 at 50 and 1 at 45. So I'm up $3,700. So they're only going to make another, if I'm at 42%, they're going to make another almost $5,000. So if the stock closes at, say, 47, that's $5 off of where it's at today on 5 contracts. I'm going to lose 500 times 5 is 2,500, but I'm going to make the premium, which I should still be ahead. So, yeah, okay.
Right. And you should know those levels at all times. You should know what your levels are at all times. Like the way that your mind is thinking about it now, that's how I think about mine. And so I'm constantly aware of covered call versus common and where my even levels are. And when it gets close to being even, then I start looking at taking other, actions.
Which would be rolling it into something else, or what's the other action?
Rolling them. Exactly. Rolling them.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if we wake up on Monday and this thing's at 27, then I need to roll, because I'll be, the loss on my common versus the options will be, the gain on the options will be higher.
Right. Right. And so in a situation like this, when we were talking about your AMC from 686 and then your cover calls, remember I specifically said sell something that's expiring this week or next week. And this is one of the reasons that I do that. When you get this meme kind of fantastic thing happen this week, getting that money immediately, like say you sold something this Friday, say you sold a $60 one for this Friday, you're going to collect on that. So that's in your psyche. That's going to help going into Monday. There's a little bit of pressure that happens in your mind when you have to sit the weekend and then you have to sit the next, say, 4 days next week to collect that money. You're having to constantly remind yourself, even though the stock's going down, I'm collecting this premium.
That makes total sense. And the nice part, I mean, if it did open at 27 next week, closing, buying to close these positions would be super cheap because they're way, way out of the money. If I'm understanding it, and then I would roll it into something close in the money to sell.
Yeah,
something.
exactly. You got it.
Okay, cool. Lesson over. Thank you, Tim.
Yep. I mean, if your call option, if you sold it at 8 and it gets down to like 40 cents and you got 2 days until it expires, at that point you just cover it and then sell something closer that's in the money so you can collect more premium and cover your downside. Basically, just like you said.
Or if you sold for 30 and they're down to 40 cents.
Yeah, same thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
To me, you have to figure out what is your worth waiting for. Like for me, 2 days, if I sold an option at say $10, a call at $10, and it goes down to 50 cents and I have 2 days left until that expires, that 50 cents to me is not worth sitting on that contract for 2 days. So I will close it and look for a closer one in the money that I can sell and get more premium for.
It's funny, I've been kind of in the red for quite a while with a couple of bad trades, and now I'm about 10,000 in the green. And I've even thought, I should just sell everything, just liquidate and be in the green and start over.
Hey, sometimes you need to do that, depending on what you have. Sometimes a big old reset is what you need as a trader. I mean, you've learned a lot in the last 5 days. So your the way that you trade is changing, your strategies are changing, and they might not suit your portfolio now. That's up for you to decide.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously this trade has covered a lot of dogs. I mean, I was at an account value of about 82,000 2 weeks ago, and now I'm at 110, and it's like, but it's all on paper, and it's like, just, I could get rid of a lot of dogs to cover this and just change. So I might do it.
Well, okay. I'm going to give you some unsolicited advice. Okay. If you're not able to get out of your bags by selling covered calls against them, TJ's really, really good at this. He had a position AI, I think it was, he was down like 15 or $18 on it. And he sold covered calls for like 2 months and eventually got it to be a profitable trade. For him, that was worth it because he had a large position in that. But if you're unable to work your way out of holding these bags by selling covered calls against it, and at the same time, your money is sitting there losing opportunity. All right. It's money that you cannot use to make money because it's sitting in a bag. You need to look at if you have $10,000 or $20,000 in a trade, what can I make on 20,000? What can I make on 10,000 over a week? Can I make 500 on 10,000? Can I make 1,000 on 10,000? And that is opportunity cost. And so if you're going to take like a $3,000 hit on a $20,000 position, and you say in your mind, I can make that back in 2 weeks by doing this particular strategy, well, then it might be worth you getting rid of your bags.
Well said.
Yeah, just remember, every dollar you have in the market should be working for you. And yeah, solo. That was why I took there you go. So sometimes, it's best to take a hit, especially, and I don't know your particular situation, but you say you have $100 and some $1,000 account. If you're holding $40,000 worth of bags, I would never do that. That's 40% of your portfolio that's dragging you down. Like, you made $30,000 this week. And granted, you got into a really good trade, but let's just say you take the 40, you sell your bags, you take the 40 and you make, let's say, $3,000 a week. Okay. $3,000 a week on your 40,000 extra 40,000 that you're going to have. And your overall loss on those bags was, say, 10 grand. You can make your profit back in a month. Like, you can make your loss back in a month. And to me, that's far more worth it than sitting there staring at negative things in my account that have no hope of going up anytime soon.
I appreciate the advice. I'm wondering, do you do like searches for high IV stocks?
Oh, of course you have to with what I do. Yeah. Actually, TJ set up a scanner for me. He actually took his time to, I don't know how long it took him, but he set up a scanner for me to do that exact thing because he knows that's where the money's at.
I think I can do something in Bloomberg. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, you can definitely do something in Bloomberg. Let me see where he set mine up. All right, he set mine up on FinViz.
Interesting.
A trader, no. I would have to go with no. Actually, let me think about that. Let me think about what the downside of that would be.
There is a lot of value in creating scanners. Like, you can go on FinViz, you guys, and you can create a scanner, and it's really not like that difficult, and you just slowly tinker it, slowly kind of like pick up what to screen out. But I mean, Tape Reader's incredible, so I just shared it.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a downside to me.
No, I would just suggest newer traders like really go through all of the looks like 7 items on the screener and just, understand like why did they choose that? Why is the peg over 1 and not over 2 and not under 2 on this, right? Like, that's my suggestion.
Yeah, you got to know what you're doing, guys.
Don't be spoon-fed. It'll come back to bite you. Like it has me in the past.
So yeah, that's the scanner TJ made for me. Like I said, he took his time to make it for me. TJ knows my trading style, and he kind of, customized that for me. Man, I'm getting pelted today. And I hate seeing I don't mind losing a little bit, but I hate seeing thousands go out of my account. Pisses me off. I say pelted, but I guess it's relative. And I've only done 57 trades today. I have been very distracted today. I'm talking a lot, showing you pictures of my garden. I mean, I am totally not in the mood to trade today. There you go, Joey. Look at that. What is GNL? Oh, gain and loss. Okay.
Yeah, it's like I mentioned the other day. It's Alley Invest. It's something that I rolled a retirement account into, and so just some old 401ks that I wasn't. They were just sitting there.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions? Because I'm getting ready to take off here in about 15 minutes.
What'd you get your mom for your birthday?
That is a good question. So I did not get my mom a birthday present, not because I don't love her. I gave my mom, well, it doesn't matter how much. I gave my mom some money back at Christmas to help her out. So we have a couple birthdays and Christmases covered.
You're gonna have to get her a new phone line.
No, she'll be fine. I did one of the cool things I did for my mom, guys, because I really respect my mom and I wanted to honor her. I started trading when I was 18. I've said this before, so this is kind of repetitious, but my parents, growing up, I wasn't like wealthy or anything. We grew up in a single wide trailer, and I'm not like embellishing this at all. We grew up in a single wide trailer. There was 3 kids, 2 parents. My dad was a truck driver. He was going 6 months at a time. My mom was a bus driver. They never had enough money to make it. We were always getting our power turned off, our water turned off. I'd show up after school and there'd be bags of clothes on my, steps and all that. Go to school, get free lunches. And for a long time, I thought I got free lunches because I was cool. Later found out that I was, on the program. My mom was on food stamps and this and that. So anyway, I tell you all that because when I started trading, immediately I started making money because it was the .com bubble and all that. And I remember I had about $250,000 in my account. I was 18 years old. I was in the military trading at lunch. And I called up my mom one day and I said, "Mom, I want to let you know when I make $1 million, I'm going to buy you a brand new car." And she's just kind of chuckled and laughed. "Okay, Timmy, okay." Well, like, was it maybe 6 months later? I was home visiting for the weekend. And at the time, my wife was my fiance. And I said, "Hey, what do you think about buying my mom a new car?" And she's like, "Hey, whatever you want to do, Tim." And so I drove my mom down to the Honda dealership and I said, "You can pick anything you want. Today, I'm going to buy you a brand new car." And she was so overjoyed. So yeah, I take care of my mama. All right, Court asked the question. I'm going to post it up here. He DM'd this to me and we can look at it together. He gave me permission to share it. So he has 476 shares of XL at 903. I can buy 24 more shares at 791 and have an average of 897. I can then sell 16 July $9 strikes for 70 cents to make my average 927. If it gets to 9, then awesome. If not, I resell the next month. So I think he's asking Court if you should do that or if there's something better. Am I correct?
I'm actually asking both. Is that wise, or is that is there a better option for a covered call?
Okay, so a couple questions to you is, do you want to own the stock? Like, do you mind getting called out?
I do not. I want out of the trade.
You want out of it, so you don't even want to hold it.
I'm fine with holding it till next month. I would prefer to not hold it at a loss.
Okay, perfect. So he wants to take a loss and turn it into a gain, but he doesn't want to hold it and sell a call in August or September, October. So let's just take a look at the chain. Right now, XL is 792 and he's in at 903. The first thing I would say, yes, it makes sense for you to buy 24 more shares, obviously, because you could sell another contract. The question after that would be, what contract then would we sell? So I'm going to take a look at the chains real quick. So he would be in, if he bought 24 more shares, he would be in at 897. So he'd have to make up $1, guys, if you understand, because it's at 791. So his loss would be $1. So he's trying to find something that has at least $1 premium. So if you're not doing anything, pull up the strings with me and take a look at them. All right, so for you guys that are looking, tell me what you would type in chat or tell me what you think he should sell. Now he said a couple things I want to reiterate. He wants out of the trade. Okay, he doesn't want to be in the trade anymore, but he doesn't want to lose money. All right, those are two very important things. I'll wait a few seconds here and see if anybody answers. Okay, he needs $1, Andy, because if you read what I posted there, he's going to be in the trade at, say, $9 average on the common. Okay, he's going to have 500 shares at $9. The stock is currently at 790. So he's down $1.10 on his position. All right. That's why he's down. That's how he's down. All right, so here's my answer. Take a look at this, July. Specifically, Court, I want you to look at the $8 strike. All right, $8 strike.
Correct. I see it. But it's $1.
Okay, so I want you to explain the trade to me. If you sold that, tell me what would happen.
Then my cost basis would be roughly $7.97. And if it goes to $8, I get called away. I'm even. Less plus premium.
And your
No. That's including
cost
premium.
your cost basis would be $8.97, not $7.97.
If I sold it at $1,
Oh,
wouldn't that be
okay, all right. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
You're
Okay.
correct. So explain it so everybody hears it one more time. So
Okay.
start with this is what I'm in at the common. This is what I'm selling, and this is now my per share price.
Okay, so I'm currently in at 897. If I sell 5 contracts on the 16 July 21 at $8 at the $8 strike, I would sell it for $1 premium, which would make my cost basis $797. And if it goes to $8, I would get that called away. If not, it would expire worthless, and I would still be in at $797. Correct?
There it is. I typed it out as you said it. Okay. So he's in at 897. He's selling 5 contracts at the $8 strike. He's getting $1 premium. He has to wait a month, a little bit more than a month. His cost basis would be $797 at that point, which is almost where he needs it to be to break even. And then if it goes above 8, he gets called out. And if it say it ends at, let's say, worst case scenario, at the end of this, XL is at $7 and I don't know, 25 cents. Okay, now he'll be 70 cents out of the money, and then he could turn around and sell another one. The current price is $7.90. Okay, I don't know XL. I don't know how it trades. I don't know if this is a good price for XL, but that will get you even on your trade. If it continues to go down, XL, then I would look to sell the following month strike until you get it even and get out of it. If you think it's going to go down further, Court, then instead of selling the 8, maybe sell the $7 one, and that'll get you $1.50, which will bring you down to let's see, that'll bring you down to $7.47 if it goes below 7. But if it stays above 7, then you're going to get called out at 7. So you're going to lose 47 cents. So if you sell the $7 one, you're going to lose 47 cents. If it stays above 7, if it closes below 7 by the time your expiry comes, then you will have your shares at $7.47. So it's pretty much the same trade.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, I like the $8 strike. And that makes me even. And if it skyrockets, I can roll it. And if it doesn't, yay.
Are we gonna scalp some RHE here, boys?
I agree. The $8 strike. I agree on that one.
Thanks, Tape. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Tape.
I have
Yep.
learned more about options in the last week
I
than
know.
have by reading books.
There's no reason.
There's nothing like actually sitting there and doing it.
Right. Doing it with like a real world example. That way you can see it. It just makes sense that way. There should be no reason that if you've been trading for a while, you shouldn't be selling covered calls. There's no reason why you should not be selling covered calls. It's literally free money. Okay, so I got this question, and then I'm going to go for a little bit.
Go where?
I told my wife I'd have lunch with her.
I thought we were having lunch.
Maybe one day. That'd be nice, K-Biggs. I can come to Texas and see you. I think you and I would get along a lot.
I couldn't agree more.
All right, so somebody asked me, have you ever blown up your account? I imagine that being a trader since 18, it must have happened at least once. If you did, how did you recover? Okay. I have never blown up my account. I am proud about that. One of the biggest things you need when you are a trader. Now I'm a full-time trader, okay? I have a company that has real estate and all that. You guys know that. But I consider myself to be a full-time trader. This is a job. So my number one characteristic that I have in my trading is money discipline, money management. Okay. You guys never see me go YOLO on a trade. I will never. As a matter of fact, the workhorse one that worked out in our favor yesterday, I put $1,500 in that trade. All right. That just goes to show you what my money discernment is throughout the day. I understand what a good risk is and what a bad risk is. And I was willing to take a risk because I knew it would have a big reward. But at the same time, I did not go, well, let me put, 50 grand into this trade, even though I probably could have. I just never do that because money discipline and money management is your number one characteristic that you need when you are a full-time stock trader. If you're having wild fluctuations in your portfolio of like 10 to 20% a week, or even like, 25, 30% a month, you're not positioned correctly. You are not managing your portfolio correctly. That's my personal opinion. I've seen plenty of people blow up. I've seen all the after effects of people blowing up their accounts. Fortunately for me, I never had to. The biggest thing that I had was when I first started trading in the dot-com bubble. There was a lot of froth. It was almost worse than what it is now, with the frothiness. So you could buy any dot-com company and make money. And so I took an account of, and I've told you guys this before. I started my account with $4,200, and in a matter of in less than a year, I turned that into over $1 million. By the time the stock market bubble popped in late 1999, I had about $1.5 million, something like that. Well, when the bubble popped, the way that you needed to trade needed to change. And because I was young and I had never been through something like that, I kept trying to do the same thing. And I took my account from 1.5 million down to $500,000. And I thought that was a huge mistake. And at the time, my wife and I, we were engaged and we were getting ready to get married, and I had a really good job. And I said to her, I can go work this job for 20 years and I can make $200,000 a year doing this job. And we could start our marriage with $500,000 because I've blown $1 million of what we had. Or I can really pursue trading and I can figure out what I'm doing wrong and I can make this work. Mathematically in my brain, I know I can make it work. And my wife, looked at me and she said, Timmy, I believe in you. And if anybody can do it, you can do it. And even if you do lose the $500,000, we're starting out better than everybody else because you have a good job. I'm going to have a good job and we're not going to have any debt. And I took that as sustenance to my trading. And for the next 6 months, I did not do any trades. All I did was watch tickers all day long. I would watch the tape all day long. I would watch call flow. I would watch trading flow. I would watch how stocks did the same thing repetitively day after day, week after week. And I started to pick up patterns. My brain started to recognize patterns. And after those 6 months, I took my first trade and I made money. And then I took another trade and another trade and another trade. And over the next year, I made my $1 million back. And I actually can look back and say that is when I taught myself how to trade. Those first 2 years of me trading, I had no idea what I was doing. I thought I did because I was making money and I was making good money, but I literally had no idea. I was so dumb in the market. And when I realized this was going to be my career, I started giving it the effort that it deserved. And it just so happens that, I was able to very early on pick up on a lot of nuances in the market and take advantage of them. I told you guys before that at one point I had 10 algorithms trading in the market for me back when black box trading wasn't even a thing. And they would make me money every single day. So I saw nuances in the market that I had programmed for me that I took advantage of. But to answer your question, no, I've never blown up an account. I've had big drawdowns though.
Thanks for your insights, Tape.
Yep. You guys are welcome.
And thank you, Tape. I actually did take that, and the price on the contract went up to $1.05 before I got it. So I'm actually in a better position.
Oh, nice. Got another nickel.
Dare I say, hold these sundial puts to next week because I think this can go back down under $1, and then I'm gonna get back to intrinsic.
Are you in the 11 June puts with me at $1?
Yes.
Guys, just so I want to tell you guys what I'm going to do. I explained it yesterday. I sold $1.50 calls that expire today. And that trade, I'll show it to you. Okay, so that trade netted me about 3 cents. All right, so that's not actually completely the position. It was higher, so let me just tell you what I did. I had a lot more. I covered some at a penny, and what I have remaining, I have at an average price of 1.75 cents. So my cost basis on those 400 contracts, literally I'm making like 3 cents on it. Hopefully I explained that right. So I'm making 3 cents on those contracts. So in turn, on my puts that I'm averaged in at 7 cents now, I can watch that go down to 4 cents before I'm losing money on that trade. Okay, because I'm offsetting it with the $1.50s that are expiring today. So if that goes to 4 cents by 5 cents, and next Monday and Tuesday, SNDL does not do what I think it'll do, I will sell out of those puts and try to get a couple pennies remaining out of it. That's how I'm mitigating my downside on that particular put play. So I am actually in at an average of 7 cents. I added some at 6, probably more than what I should have, but that's where it's at. Yeah, Tim, they're the same ones, the dollar ones. We're a couple people here have that trade. So on that trade, I'm down. What am I down here? 1,400. I'm down 1,400 on that trade. Yeah, I'm looking now. I'm down 35.82% on that trade. Oh, I don't think I'm a boomer. I think I'm Gen X. Does that sound right?
Yeah, you got to be old to actually be like in
Yeah.
that actual category.
Yeah, I'm not a boomer. I'm 44. I think I'm X.
I trade
Rex,
like
dude.
I trade like a boomer though.
Yeah. You're the resident young boomer.
Mm-hmm.
You're a Warren Buffett prodigy.
Nah, I don't eat enough Dairy Queen. Although I would fix that if there was a Dairy Queen nearby.
Man, I wish I was 18 again. I wish I was 18 again just like physically with my 44-year-old wisdom. That'd be sweet. Yeah, see, I'm an X. I thought I was an X. I grew up in the 80s, and for that, I'm extremely grateful because that was the best decade ever.
You think so?
Oh man, it was so good being a kid in the 80s. Oh, yeah, I don't think I'm old. My oldest boy, he's 15. Every once in a while, he calls me old man, and I used to be a really good wrestler. Actually went to states and won a couple times. He calls me an old man. I just grab him and put him in a headlock, or I'll do like a cradle on him or something. Take him down real quick, punch him. I'll say, okay, who's your old man?
I don't know, Mayo. I always thought the 90s were like the worst time in American history. I don't know, man. I just, you know.
All right, guys, I'm gonna take off for a couple hours. I'll be back at Power Hour.
Yeah, we're going to lunch.
See you, Tape. I'm gonna take off the rest of the day too. I'm not really doing much.
All right, Ryan. See you, buddy.
I'm going to get coffee.
Hold up. Jake and Ryan, y'all both been in here the whole time, haven't said a word to me.
No, what's up, Kev? I actually just got on like 5 minutes ago. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Doing what I do, man. Just sitting here.
I was asking about you this morning.
Aw.
If that means anything.
No, it means a lot, bro.
Jake's just quiet 'cause he's got that Wish mic.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Jake? How's life in the hood?
Oh, I'm out of there now.
Where you at?
Well, I drove from Baltimore down to Louisiana, and then I spent a week in Louisiana, and then flew back home and left my car in Mississippi.
It's gone.
No, it's just sitting in an airport parking lot. So now I'm back home for a week, and then I go back down to Mississippi for the next 6 weeks.
Dang, bro. Dang, man. Dang. You couldn't have chose like Texas or something?
No, I tried Texas, but
Bro, I would have came and got you from the airport and everything. Like, you could have stayed with me. Free, you know?
trade crypto on the weekends.
Nah, man. I sleep and eat on the weekends.
There's nothing better than driving into Alabama for your first time, blaring Sweet Home Alabama.
Been there, done that.
Matthew, it's some rural town over near like Mobile, Alabama.
You looking to settle somewhere, Jake? Is that why you're hopping all over the place?
Hell no, I'm not. I'm not settling in rural Mississippi.
Hey, where's your car at right now? Like, I need an exact location.
Yeah, what was that
No.
airport?
Yeah. I don't even know which lot. Lot A, lot C.
You guys watching ES here? I think we're going to break out here. I've been consolidating up here for a while. And anybody got some insight they want to share?
On our way to 4,400. PSTH. Wasn't that Strong's ticker? Let's have a look at it. Oof. Yikes. I love Strong to death, bro. That's my boy, but the old inverse Strong indicator never fails.
I mean, GoPro has worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it has. We'll see how it's doing. It hasn't gone anywhere since February.
I mean, that's kind of relative because I sold at like $11 and then I bought back again at 9.
Good stuff, bro. Good stuff.
Anyway, I gotta go grab my coffee.
You know what that means, everybody? Calls.
Did we ever find out why CRSR tanked $2 a share after hours yesterday?
No solo. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. There was a credit rating downgrade or something that Blue Hill posted, I believe. But I mean, other than that, I didn't see anything. And it's really low volume overall.
All right, I'm going to get lunch. Good luck, everybody.
Bye, Kevin.
Later, bro.
Later, guys. Have a good day.
Anybody get the docu short with me?
No, but I got an RHE short. Did you see that one? Pop, halt, and pop.
I made 600. I'm glad you.
Yeah.
Because the moment you pinged me, I made $600 on it.
Is that right? Awesome.
Yeah. I'm looking for the full reversal on docu to revert back to 225. 225.70.
Yeah, the RSI melted on this one.
Which one?
Docu.
You can have it the RSI indicator anymore. RSI is at 45 on the 1 minute. It's still over 70 on the 5 minute though.
Ooh, look at that bearish divergence though on the 5 minute.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to close this either. I'm going to hold this to the end of the day. I'm going to see if we can get back, revert back to 25.
It's been strong though, hasn't it? Eh? Wow. It barely showed any weakness all day.
I know it's
Crazy.
up freaking 20%. Dude, obviously, like, do you ever like see those plays the next day and you're like, this is the earnings that I should have bet on because it's so obvious that a company that is digital contract signing would be booming because of COVID. You know, like, how stupid are we?
Yeah, but so they had amazing growth. I agree with you, but I always expected them to have growth slow down coming out of the pandemic, and they just completely destroyed it. I think a lot of it was like international growth.
But it was trading at a low too. You know, it's been trading sub 200s is a low for it when it has highs of 280.
Yeah, I remember that because I traded that ramp up, but it's like still one of the most expensive stocks in the market, like incredibly expensive.
The benefit to them though is that people aren't. This is the type of things that whether there's COVID or not, once people adopt this, they're not going to go back. So people
I agree with you completely. I missed that.
You know, that's what I thought about. I was like, people who signed up for this aren't going to go back because they've already adopted it into their workforce, and they're not going to say, okay, we're going to switch back now that COVID's over. They're just going to stick to DocuSign. So that's why I was like, this was one of those money plays. Same with CRM. I was like, CRM is. Sometimes I'm just like, what the hell?
I just was thinking about new subscriber growth beyond what they've already booked and what they have for billings.
Yeah.
I was just scared of almost every earnings out there, tech earnings, like, you know, whether it was Amazon or Apple or AMD, everyone had, you know, stellar earnings and they all sold off. So that's what I was kind of fearful of with the CRM and Docu as well. Just the market reaction, even to positive earnings.
Docu, that's $1.50 on the 230 short. Let's keep. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Anyone got the DocuShort with me? I want to see this break below this 228.30 mark, and then we should probably see 228 pretty easy. Is there any stock that's doing anything, like that's moving in any way, shape, or form?
MVIS.
Ooh, okay.
SQBG and NCTY as well, Drados.
$10.15 call sweep options alert for MVIS near the ask. June 11th. 22.5 calls. All right, Doc, you broke 228.
Drados RMED as well. RMED.
Hello, gang. How's everybody doing?
Good afternoon.
You, you want to hear about my panic scare this morning?
Yep.
So I had $81 short calls on AMC, and I was planning to wake up at 6:30 a.m. here Pacific to, watch them. And apparently, I woke up and I turned off the alarm, and just went back to bed. And then at about 9:30, I realized, like, my wife nudges me and she said, "Aren't you supposed to be up?" I jump out of bed and grab my phone to look at the thing. Oh my god! I'm like, screwed. It's gone up to like $300, and I find out that it's out of the money and it's like made money. I was like, okay, it's had like 25 cents left, and I was like, just screw it, just sell it, like cover it. I don't want to do this. I just covered it like 25 cents early.
Alright guys, Dark U 227.70. So it's $2.30 a share if you got in at 230.
What are you trading, Dre?
Dark U.
Is it reporting or something? Or
Yesterday it did. It went up $35 today.
They had really good earnings and a really good outlook.
nice.
Alright, Dark U almost at 227. I did take some off here. Oh, why is EH pumping?
EH? Is that a meme stock?
No, it's a Chinese stock. So this stock used to be $100, and it melted, and then now it's moving back.
Anybody long Airbnb? Did you guys get in on the dip, or you were back holding?
Bum bum bum.
Backholder Club, holla. Like, I'm just kidding, not me.
Hey,
I told you.
Solo, I just sold half that ASO right now.
Well, I need to figure out how I'm going to hedge that position going into next Tuesday.
What's next Tuesday?
They have earnings pre-market.
Oh boy.
But EHang is up because they just did a trial flight on their autonomous aerial vehicle.
Oh.
Oh.
Which one? EH? Last night, TJ was in the chat. He was talking about how all the EVs short interest has gone significantly down since last year. So what I got from that is that I think he was arguing for Tesla, and but in general he was saying that all the EVs are oversold.
On what time frame though?
Year over year, I think that you could look it up. He he posted a table that had the dollar value of the short interest comparing from last year at this time to this year. I'm sorry, not year, month over month. So last month to this month. Oh, there he is. Yeah, and it showed that the short interest has gone significantly down.
I wouldn't pay that much mind, and here's why. When short interest is higher and the stock is oversold, that would pose reasoning for a squeeze. But if short interest is down and the stock is down, I mean, I don't see any math being added up there, you know? Like it doesn't really mean anything to me.
Well, I mean, short interest doesn't always end by a short squeeze. I mean, eventually, naturally, as the stock goes up, it is a short squeeze. But like the I don't know what to say. The old understanding. Well, now with all the meme stocks and the short squeezes, this is becoming the like a short interest, a high short interest is almost like an attraction now. But generally, before a high short interest mean that institutes are like negative on the stock or short on the stock.
All right, I took most off on DocuSign at that 227. That was $3 a share on that really nice downward move. So hopefully you guys got some of that. I just hate how nothing is like moving nicely, like in the mega caps. Like these bars are just so ugly.
What a comeback for NQ though.
And
I think that's like I think that's a pop that's gonna get shorted or sold into.
our MED is moving again. Look at that average price TJ has on UPST. $44. That's wild.
Yeah, that's an incredible gain, eh? Patience.
Well, it's easy to have patience when you have, millions of dollars, when your money's bringing in,
$1 billion.
You guys got to remember, to get a lot of that money, TJ spent countless hours scalping to build up his capital and then switch to more long-term investments once he had a good chunk of money.
Wait, no, he said that he invested for the first 7 years of his
Yeah, he started
before he
investing first.
started day trading.
Oh, actually, you're right. He said he would leave his buying power for scalping and then invest his normal capital into long term stuff. So that makes sense.
Yeah, but I
I'm trying
remember
to
he said
okay,
that.
scalp at a time.
Oh, but yeah, he did go, like, scalping helped him go to another level altogether. Yeah.
But it was all after he started the group. I think at that point he's already been 7 years investing, and he had some good buying power.
But he worked in banking or something, didn't he? Investment firm or something. Whatever he worked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I remember this correctly, he had like a $350 million book or something when he quit.
I wish 2017 would come back again, right, Tony?
Yeah, like 4 years ago, he wasn't he wasn't at this level, that's for sure. But I know he was scalping a lot 4 years ago because we were here with him.
Bro,
Scalping on a daily basis.
late 2017, early 2018, you could buy any penny stock on the stock market and expect it to run within that week, like anything.
I see. If you go look in the chats, there's some images he posted that says like if you make 1% a day, you're gonna be like this much, and at the end, it's like you need to make like $50,000 a day or something at the end of his goal. And someone was arguing him, it's like that's impossible. You can't maintain that, and you should come now and tell him that.
Tony, we gonna break this 42.23 on ES?
I've taken my eyes off it for a little while, so
We'll put them back on. Come on.
okay, well, I'm just in the trade, so, and it's not ES or MES, so
Set that stop and switch charts.
what do you think of like the daily right now? Like yesterday almost looks like a little bit of a fake out, and today making the new high.
I think this is setting up for like a 4,300 plus test. Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be today, but
No.
definitely a lot of consolidation here in a high range of the day. I would think we're going to break out of this consolidation to the upside, but I wouldn't be bothered to try a few shorts here too, because you're up against such a tight. You don't have much, you're not risking much. You risk a couple points here to see if you're right or not, and then you can reverse it if it breaks up.
Yeah, I've just been adding to like some VIX call spreads to hedge my port, but like I told you a few days back, like I've already sold out of all my all my swing stuff, all my extra stuff. So I fully expect this to make one more leg up, and then we can expect some actual correction of some sort to roll around.
So I was gonna sell some, or sorry, buy some puts on the Qs and SPY, but you think there's gonna be like a fake out on the upside?
Well, I wouldn't even call it a fake. I mean, charts saying we can get another push right back up to that 4,300, play around between 43 and 44 very, very easily. But I mean, on a weekly, monthly time scale, like, bro, I'm not taking longs. Like, I'll trade intraday, but I'm not taking any longs right now. Like, I've already sold that shit out. So I'm hedging my long-term port here and there, and I am awaiting. But that's just my style of trading. I'll wait a few months if I have to for an actual correction to roll around. You know, something to retest that 38.50, 39. You know, I'll even be okay with 4K. I mean, I'm cool with that. But yeah, another leg up first should come around.
Okay, I guess I'll wait on buying those puts.
My advice is for educational purposes only.
Point taken.
Yeah, Tony, if I were you, bro, I'd watch the VIX and then the VVIX. The VVIX will give clear indication whether there's actual call buying, aka hedging, taking place within the VIX index itself. But I wouldn't pay much attention to like stuff like the, you know, those ETNs or the ETFs personally.
The VVIX is not tradable, right? It's an index.
Correct. That is the volatility of the volatility. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, Tony, watching VXX, I mean, bro, I mean, you may find some alpha there. Like, it may work for you, bud. It's, you know, just over the years of doing this, like, I've just always just watched the VIX straight up, and then the VVIX to tell me whether it's actual call buying taking place, aka hedging. I mean,
Like at this level here, you're trying to figure out the direction of ES based on your VIX observations. Is that what you're saying?
no, I mean, I only watch the VIX if I'm like, if I am expecting hedging to be taking place. You know what I mean? And right now, it looks like they're just taking a few legs in, but they're not really betting on anything major happening yet.
I guess what I'm getting is that if you see the VIX and the VVIX both going up, then there's hedging activity, right?
Usually, yeah. I mean, you'd be led to believe that because the VVIX is going to spike up on call buying within the VIX itself.
Oh, so the VVIX is not like an inverse of the VIX.
No, it
behaves
is
the same way.
Yeah, it's the volatility of the volatility. Normally, the VVIX has a sweet spot, and it's right around that 110. Yeah, that 110 area is normally what they would deem as being the sweet spot. Anything under 110, like between 95 and 110, that's usually when you'd want to kind of hedge some. You know, start taking some VIX call spreads and begin hedging a little bit. Anything over 110, then I mean, you should have already been hedged already. You know. But yeah, normally 110 is that area that, you know, the VVIX would like to drift around. Anything under, take some hedges on. Anything over, take some hedges off. Vice versa, you know. Give me 1 sec though. I gotta put some batteries in this Oculus controller. All right, I'm back.
I see on IB the GME and AMC are in short restriction.
Yeah, under SSR.
On the on IB now, when you load up AMC on the mobile app at least, it there's like this warning that has a flame next to it that says this could drop 24% during the day.
Like, thanks for the heads up.
I'll see if it's still there. I'll post it.
Yo, Nolans, why don't you post that in the main chat, bro? Why don't you share some wisdom with the community, sir? Oh, bet. Okay. My bad.
You see that warning they have there?
Yeah. That's on IB.
Yeah, it shows on IB mobile. I don't see it on the desktop, although it could be showing somewhere that I don't have a window open. Now all the WSB guys will say, "Oh, that's IB trying to push it down, scaring people."
Yeah. Yeah, of course, of course. They don't know. We run this, blah, blah, blah. Does anybody know when the Epic Games Apple court ruling is like decided on? Anybody? Take a guess, even. I'll take it.
Sometime between today and this time next year.
I like it. Thank you, sir. Very accurate analysis there. Those are the only negative catalysts I have in my playbook right now.
Well, the aliens invade. That's ruled out. That's the Canadians, so we're good there.
Okay, all right, we'll cross that one off.
With option B.
I would like option B, but I would really like C or D, especially the second portion of option D. I digress, though.
I mean, yeah, I'll go for that.
A man can't always get what he wants. Be right back. The previous health scare was given in May of last year, and I stated that there would be Trump health issues in the latter part of the year. And lo and behold, Trump got COVID. So this is a sequel to such. I'd look for AMC around 44.30 to 45.20, depending how quick they want to test that trend line.
I would say it's at support here. It could be a bounce.
And there goes a yes.
Hip hip hooray.
Kivix, I'm sure you're irritated about this company called Eversource Energy having the same ES sticker as ES.
Nah, I used to get confused years back, but nah.
Well, it's not that I get confused. I'm just used to like writing the ticker and hitting enter. Like it works on NQ, but ES I end up a few times I end up with this Eversource. I'm like, what the?
Yeah, I've honestly never even heard of this company, to be honest with you. Like in the oil industry, I've never heard of it. I don't know what they do.
But you knew about it because of that, right?
Yeah. I knew ES is Eversource. I don't know what they do though. All right, I'll be back here in a bit. While I'm gone, everybody should go give the YouTube stream a big thumbs up. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to do something for everybody listening here. I'm going to post a few guidelines that I try to focus on or keep in my head. I probably just do them routinely without even thinking of them anymore, but I'll post them here and then I'll go through each one individually. I'll expand on each one individually. Okay, so we've got number 1, patience on entries, wait for the best setups at inflection points, not just in the middle of nowhere. So let's expand on this a little bit here. This applies to swing trading, applies to day trading, everything, right? So a lot of times when we get a ticker or something's happening with the ticker, we might be a little too quick to act and jump in a trade, whether it's long or short. So what I try and do is find the inflection points. There's a couple of good videos in the knowledge base on inflection points, and by inflection points we mean areas of primary support or resistance for a ticker. The high, previous day's high, previous day's low, can be a whole number. Prices, these inflection points is where traders act, they either stop out or they either buy in, that kind of thing. So this is one of the biggest things that can help your trading, is being patient enough to wait for price to act at or reach an inflection point, and only make a trade or enter a trade at an inflection point, and don't do it anywhere else. Wait, because those lines, those real critical lines, will tell you what, whether it goes above or below those lines, will tell you what the most likely direction the stock will follow. So if there's one thing you can key in on as a trader, is inflection points. So what does that mean? Well, okay, I'm doing some shorting today. I'm looking at skills, for example. Start drawing lines where the yesterday's high, the high from 3 months ago. Start trying to identify inflection points of that stock where is sort of identify the make or break levels that you can put on a trade, right? So I'm going to leave that one there. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Look at the daily, identify some inflection points, look at the hourly, look at where price moved off of, look at the previous day's high, previous day's low, look at the current high of the day, current low of the day. If the current low of the day is $20 and it breaks 20, well, it's a good chance it's going to keep going lower, right? So that $20 could be an inflection point, for example. So all right, so that's number 1. That is the most important one of them all. You just do that one thing, that'll help your trading out considerably. Number 2, avoid counter trend trading. Stay on the right side of moving averages and VWAP. It's really hard to trade reversals. Let's look at Docu today. It's been really strong all day, trading at the upper end of the day, the entire day, and it hasn't backed down yet whatsoever. So is that something you want to short or try and find a reversal on? Personally, I'm not skilled enough to try and find a top on that. But to me, it's telling me that it's well above the moving averages. It's well above VWAP. There's a lot of momentum, a lot of buying power. So, what's your probability of winning on a short trade for any ticker that's sort of like that, right? It's you're going against the grain. So, one thing I always try to do, unless it's like a pump and dump ticker or something like that, I'll short or do something when it's a counter trend. But if you're going to do a swing trade or a day trade, avoid counter trend. Try to join the trend. Whether that's a stock that moves strongly out of the gates and then pulls back to VWAP, bounces off VWAP. Well, there you go. You can try and catch the bounce off of VWAP. You're going in the direction because it was just above VWAP, and now it might bounce off VWAP, and you're trading in the direction of the trend. So, and it's the same thing. Like yesterday, I'll give you an example. Tesla. They came out with that news about May deliveries being half of what they were expected in China. And, I immediately pulled up the ticker and I saw the action was down, and it was like 584. I was thinking that's a pretty good level to maybe buy some Tesla and go long. But it was below the moving averages. It was below VWAP, had negative news. The easier trade was to go short. So, I went short and I didn't have to do much. The pressure was there. The trend was there. The negative, I was going with trend. And, I made $3 or $4 a share. Had I tried to just like catch the knife a little bit and try and get a $2, $3, $4 pop, I would have lost out big time. So that's just an example of, staying with trend is really important, and trying to identify the reversal or the point at which the trend's going to change is very difficult to do as a trader. It takes a lot of experience, and it's lower probability trading, in my opinion. And I'll talk about it a little bit more when I get to a spot lower down here, because I do talk about the buying bottoms or shorting tops. All right, so we got 1 and 2. We got staying with trend, and we got find the inflection points and trade at the inflection points. Don't trade anywhere in the middle. Number 3, watch the tape level 2 to figure out who's in control before you make a trade. Okay, so this applies to day trading more than anything, because I find it's hard to sort of use it for swing trading, although some people do that. That just by watching a stock, so I'll have the level 2 up, I'll have the time and sales, and I'll have the chart with the candles, live candles moving. I'll sit there and I will watch what's going on. I'll just watch how the bid and ask is kind of gyrating, what bid lots and ask lots are flashing. I'll try to see, what are the size of orders, or the orders more red or more green. There's a lot of videos and info on the Knowledge Base channel and on YouTube about watching tape and level 2. And it's not an easy thing to garner, but you can tell, when a stock feels heavy, and it's just being smothered by the ask, and, the asks keep, being pulled down. Or you can tell when somebody's soaking up a stock and it's just being bought up and it's not dipping at all. And if it is dipping, it's just being picked up right up. Like, these are sort of easy things that, just by watching that you can kind of pick up on, like you can use your spidey senses to identify how is this thing feel. And it's in day trading, it's really important, right? And this, you want to be trading in the direction of how you feel, what you see that's going on the tape and the level 2, you know, and just how the candles are moving, that kind of thing, right? Are they, you know, are wicks being caught off the, you know, created from the bottom of the candle, so they were letting it dip and buying it back up, or were they letting it, you know, rise and then shorting it down? Like, what's happening with the candles? So those are really important to, if you want to day trade, in my opinion. And it just takes time. Just have a screen open with all of that there, and you know, just pay attention, just watch it. That's sort of how I've learned. Like, nobody's actually specifically taught me how to tape read or watch level 2 or tell what's going on, but just watch it. You can get a feel, and you can even test yourself. You know, you can create a notepad and sit there. Okay, this feels heavy. This feels like it's going down. It feels like there's a lot of selling going on. You know, I see a lot of orders on the bid, hitting the bid, and they're large orders, large red orders. So, you know, am I right? I think this is going down. You know, mark it, record it, see if you're right, see what happens with that, right? And just remember, intraday, you know, that can change. What you know, a ticker can be heavy, and then, you know, it could be just market makers loading up or institutions loading up, and then, you know, it could be reversed, right? But then you'll see that reversal too, or you'll feel that reversal. But if you're going to be day trading, it's very important to get that sort of experience and feel for what's going on with the level 2 in the tape. All right. Well, this one's sort of number 4, mark and backtrack levels, support, resistance, VWAP, moving average before you trade. So this is back to sort of the inflection points, identifying it. But, like, you know, backtrack means like looking at it daily, even a weekly or something like that. If you're swing trading, go back and see what those key levels are. If you're day trading, it might be, you know, going back and looking at the hourly and the day levels. So I'll give you an example today. When I found out that RHE was gyrating, and it went up, and I don't think it halted, but RHE was at like about $15 when I started watching it, and it had gotten a lot of volume today. So I immediately pulled up the chart on RHE, and I looked back, and just like 8 trading days ago, on the daily, it wicked up to 1780 in price. So I went and drew a trend line, not a trend line, a horizontal line as of resistance at 1784, and that's when the stock was trading at $15. And I was thinking, oh, okay, this thing's going wild. You know, that would be the next point of resistance, and maybe that might be a good place for a short. So just by drawing that one line at that time, when I go look at the chart now, you go look at where 1780 is on today's intraday chart on RHE, and look at where the stock hit resistance. So at that was an inflection point. That was a previous high, and I went back and I marked that level, and it helped me execute a trade in the high 17s with RHE, a short. So that's the kind of thing you gotta have that insight. You gotta look around. You've got to investigate these levels before you put on a trade. All right. We still got people with us, I hope. I'll post this again. Okay, so now I'm at avoid bias, regardless of where it is on the trend basis. It has to be the same averages and VWAP. So it's kind of, I'm reiterating number 2, avoid counter trend trading, but and bias. Let's just talk about AMC here. How many people have a negative bias on AMC, and where would that have got you to? It would have got you nowhere. It would have roasted you, blown up your account if you were just shorting AMC blindly, right? You could be right that, hey, AMC is garbage, tons of debt, nobody's going to movies, whatever your personal bias is, but it doesn't matter what your bias is if the stock continues to trend higher and make new highs on a daily basis. You have to let the price action tell you, where it's going to go. The bias is going to kill you in trading quite a bit because you're just not flexible enough. Like I don't know if you guys have watched or listened to Johnny trade or walkthrough trades or TJ, but he's like, I've seen them switch bias on the fly. You've got to be really flexible with it. They'll be shorting something, and then next thing you know, they're longing that same ticker 5 minutes later because of price action. Their initial bias, they accepted that they were wrong, and then they reversed their trade, and then they end up being right. So, but had they just stuck on their personal bias, whatever that may be, they would have got you just get roasted, right? So people that are stubborn, very adamant and persistent about things, I find aren't really good traders, because you've got to be able to admit you're wrong, and you've got to be able to reverse your decision, and just reversing your decision could be just stopping out. Okay, I'm wrong, stop out, right? So just bias, just avoid it. And I mean, you can use bias like to develop a trade thesis. Okay, like the stock's trending lower. There's been some bad news. I think it's I think this is great value. Okay, and you can develop a trade thesis around there, but you want like the chart technicals and fundamentals you want those to be on your side as well and not against your bias, right? So maybe that means waiting for a higher low for a stock that's trending down, for example, or for a stock to break out before it confirming your bias. But so I think bias is a very bad thing, and it's sort of a personality thing, but like having a trade thesis is something different, right? Because the thesis, you have to have, prove your thesis is correct, and you need multiple points to help you do that. So just don't be arrogant. Don't think you know what's going to happen, because more often than not, we all get surprised, myself included. Doesn't matter how many years you've been trading. All right. Number 6, patience. Patience with winners. Let them simmer. There's another rhyme. Patience with winners. Let them simmer. And you need the patience, prior to your entry as well, right? We talked about that earlier. The patience for the inflection point, patience for that level, putting on the trade. And then, the lack of patience to cut those losers, to have no patience for losers, and to feel, to get back in later cheaper, right? And this is one of the toughest things traders face is, cutting losers. So patience is really important to let some of these winners ride out. I don't know if you guys saw TJ post his UPST. I think he's up huge just by having some patience on that trade. So with that winners, when traders are fairly new, they like to take profits quickly and early. So with respect to like taking profits, let's look at number 11, which is leave a runner on with a stop loss on a winning position. Don't be in a hurry to exit your entire position. Just keep sliding the stop up until it's hit. So this is let's just talk about sitting on a winner. Because trade management essentially is what this is. What I like to do is when I've got a trade going in the right direction and I'm starting to go green on it, I'll take a little profit because I can be impatient. But just taking a little profit, like taking a quarter of that off, like say you bought 100 shares of something and just taking 25 off and banking a little bit of money. Now that just lowered your average costs, right? And that is going to give you a little more patience with the remaining 3/4 of your holdings, right? So I'm really a big fan of scaling out of winning trades and don't rush that last little bit. And I still struggle with it to this day. I'll be up on something like this RHE today that's short. I executed it poorly. I shorted it at a really good level, and I was sort of happy with the profit, and I took it all off. And had I just left like a quarter of that to go, I would have got another $2-3 a share on just a quarter of my position had I just left it on. So that scaling out and taking a little bit of profit will help you hold on to a winner a little bit longer and lower your average cost base. So that's a great way to exit trades, is to think like that if you got enough shares. Now the loser, cut the losers. This is a big one, and it's hard to overcome as traders, right? I remember a couple of years ago I was talking about this one on Voice, and yeah, Riversoft. Yeah, I feel you, man. I have problems with exiting trades early all the time. Where was I? Okay, so losers. This is why you got to think about this. You got to think. TJ always says this. Oh, I'm just stopping out so I can buy this at an even better price. See, thinking of it that way makes it like less negative. You're thinking positively about a negative occurrence, but most people think, oh shit, I gotta take this loss and I'm gonna lose X amount of dollars. And it's really negative, right? They take it hard. You gotta think of it like in the way is that, man, I can get this cheaper. Okay, I'm wrong. I can get this even cheaper than I got it before. I'm gonna get out now. Try to think of that. If you really struggle with that, like intraday or swing trading, trade really small and just put the stops in and practice stopping out. Like use stops as much as you can with really small size so they don't bother you. But you got to be able to pull the trigger and not feel anything. Definitely have to act on losses. I'll give you another personal example. I was trying to find the bottom on DKNG for on its, it kind of slid from 60s down to 40, 50. I think it just touched $40 in about a couple weeks ago. So I've been watching and I've been wanting to get into DKG for a while. So I was watching it slide, and there was a point there around $50 looked like it was going to hold 50. And I was thinking, oh, maybe it could bounce off 50 here or whatever. So I started, watching it. I even entered a trade and I said, okay, 50, I'm going to call that. That's going to be the line in the sand. That's going to be the inflection point. And sure enough, it broke through 50 easily and went all the way down to 40. And I had to stop myself out, and I stopped myself out for a loss. But had I not done that, there was another $10 a share of downside. That And that's what you got to say to yourself when you're stopping out is, man, I could get burnt even more, try to look at it positively, try to say, hey, I'm going to get this even cheaper than I originally thought. So that's awesome. Speaking of DKNG, it's tanking. Not tanking. Coming down nicely. Okay, so losers, cut the losers. Don't have patience for them. I think even Tape was talking about this. Someone was sitting at a $40,000 loss. You can't let losses get that big. It takes quite a gain, a very large gain to make that loss back, right? It basically double. If you lose like 20%, you've got to you got to make a 35-40% trade to get that back because of your smaller amount of capital, etc. So you got to keep these losers tight. And the other way to keep losers cut losses and keep losers tight is to buy near inflection points. So like that $50 that I was mentioning on DKNG, I tried to get it as close to $50 as I could. I'm trying to buy it as close to an inflection point as possible so that when I do stop out, my stop out is at a small loss. Had I just bought it at 51 something and set the stop at 50, I would have had a much larger loss, right? So try to make your entries closer to the levels where you're going to be proven wrong on a trade. So if your inflection point that you've identified is say $50, you want to get your entry as close to $50 and where your stop is as possible, without getting prematurely stopped out of the trade. So don't enter your trades. If you don't enter trades, if you keep your entries on trades where the risk is low and as close to as possible with your stops are, it's going to be easier to stop out because it's a smaller loss. And, because it's at an inflection point, it's going to be a good stop out because, the stock's going to change directions at that point or go against you. So wherever you're going to make that trade, just the best way to do it is to make that trade as close to that stop out as possible. All right. So we got something there on winners, holding winners, scaling out portions, and we got losses here. So all right. So look, number 8, look for and act on market maker reversal strategies, rug pulls, parabolic spikes. This is the same with the number 9, shorting tops, buying bottoms, wait for parabolic action, for the ask to be lifted or bid slam pulls. Okay, so we all at this point in time, a lot of people under here should understand that the market makers and institutions, they do day trade. They do control stocks to a large degree, and for the most part. So I've always been really intrigued in how market makers, make money in institutions and how they manipulate price action and that kind of a thing. And if you look for it and think about it, you'll see it. You'll see it, quite easily. Let's just look at what a ticker that I was playing today. Let's just look at skills here, for example. Usually market makers will have some kind of drastic price action or a parabolic move to the downside or the upside when they're looking to create liquidity and and change the direction of a stock or take a position or that kind of thing. So a lot of the time it comes in these sort of parabolic moves. So let's just see here. So today I was just doing some trading on skills. I'm going to post the chart here. You look at this chart that I'm posting invoice, and you'll see this candle, big spike down at about 10 o'clock my time, with large volume where the price just spiked below and then wicked back up. Right there, this is, to me, that told me that, okay, that's as low as the stock's going today, or in the next while, and they've stopped some people out there, and they just bought up stop outs. So it was a little bit of a stop hunt, and they picked the stock back up there. So at there, I knew that, okay, the stocks has sort of completed its range for the day. So that's the evidence right there. That wick, that volume, was indicative that that's where the institution or the market makers, that's as far as they're going to let the stock drop in that rundown that it started at the very open of this. So looking for that kind of stuff, looking for those stop hunts or those liquidity events where the breakout traders chase a stock up and out, and then the shorters get stopped out and it's a fake out and a whole bunch of volume there, and then it wicks and it comes back down. So if you Google or look on YouTube market makers, and you can watch all sorts of videos about how market makers business models are, and I think it's important as a trader to look for evidence of market makers and institutions in action. And it takes them a while to identify it, but usually it's in the form of like parabolic action. High liquidity events is where you get those changeovers, right? You get those little bit of changeovers, and stocks will reverse. And it's an art on its own, and there's not a lot of information out there because they don't want you to know. Market makers don't want you to know what they do in the course of the day, right? But you got to try and think that they're there all the time, or there's institutions controlling the stock, and they do it. They got to make money every day, the market makers, right? And they've got the inventory to do so, and they move the stock in one direction or the other. Where you see a lot of fake action is in the first 15 minutes of trading. You will see a lot of fake outs. It's like the stock's going to move up, and then they're shorting it, and now they just take it down, kind of a thing. So yeah, definitely try and learn a bit more about market makers and their strategies. Go on YouTube, Google them, watch a few videos, pick it up. We've all, been in live chat, and we've seen stop hunts all over the place on ES, on stocks, you name it, they'll do it. So, and if you're going to do counter trend trading, that's sort of like the best time to do it. When you think, the market makers are making a reverse, there was a liquidity event, you think that liquidity event, created enough action for the direction to change, that's when you can counter trend trade off of those things. I kind of feel like I'm sort of repeating myself now as I go down my list here a little bit. maybe I don't have to cover all that. Kind of talked about scaling in and scaling out. So that's probably one of the best things that TJ taught, was sort of the scaling in. Like, we are all very envious. So I'm looking at number 13 now. We're all envious of how TJ can scale into a trade, right? Like, he's got a large account. He can buy 1,000 shares today and goes down $1. He can buy 2,000 tomorrow, and he's got an average of better than all of us. You got to do that with your own account as well. Everybody likes to do the one and done, one in, out, but if you've got enough capital and you don't need much, if your trading fees are low, which they are in the US, not so much in Canada, just scale in. Scale into your trades. Leave some bullets. Johnny used to like to double down and triple down kind of a thing when he was doing his levels, so he could move his average for going into a trade. By doubling down and tripling down a position, he can get a really good average. And then if it doesn't, break his resistance level and goes down, in the right direction, finally, he makes some big coin, right? So definitely see if you can employ that scaling in. So, go in with just a third to start of what you want total. Get a feel for how the stock is behaving, with that third on. Okay, if it goes higher and you go, crap, I could have had, full position. Well, that's too bad. At least you got part position and you're enjoying the ride up. But if it goes against you and say it's something you're just looking at accumulating because of fundamentally, and you're not, you've still got a ways to when you stop out. Well, you can buy another third at a certain point, right? So, or you can double down on that position at a lower price, and and then you set your loss where you double down. Set your stop loss where you double down, so that when you're stopping out, you're not losing a lot. You're just losing it on your first third. So it's a very small loss when you take it. But if it bounces off that level, you're good as gold. So, for during the, just making one trade in, one trade out, it's really hard to be that accurate, like to be an entry sniper, essentially. Like, of all the traders I know that make a living trading, they always are using multiple entries, and it may take you a while to get your account a little bit bigger so that you can do it. But, like I said, it doesn't take many shares when you're only paying $1 a trade. You can split up your trades. So you just want, like, you never time the top or the bottom exactly. So how can you just do one trade in, one trade out? Like, how is that how is that even possible? Or, how can you trade well with a high probability with one trade in, one trade out? You can't. I think I think you gotta scale in. You gotta do multiple scales, minimum 2 to 3, at the lowest point. And we all see TJ do that. And he's never just doing a one and done entry. He's adding multiple times, right? That goes with the scaling. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a question for you about that bin trading, because I think you use IB like me, and I find that it's very difficult to have that mindset when you're doing things like bracket orders. So I was curious how you would approach it, and same thing for sort of when you're sort of scaling out.
Yeah, I don't use bracket orders. I'll just use hotkeys or the buy button to reload kind of a thing, right? So it's like intraday, like, which is the majority of my trading. I'll just have I won't use a bracket per se. I'll use a bracket in a way that I'll have a stop loss and a profit taker. Is that kind of bracket you're talking about, or are you talking about a bracket like where I'm boxing
That's exactly
stocks?
right. No, that's exactly right. And unfortunately, IB doesn't have like two profit takers, so you could put them at different levels, like Toss does. So you end up having to route like two bracket orders to get it.
Yeah, I do it just manual like that. Yeah, like when I enter my order, I'll have an initial I'll have the stop loss, and I'll rarely do the profit taker. So, or I won't use the bracket at all.
So you'll put a stop loss right away, but then you'll like scale up manually with hotkey as the stock rises.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or just the button, the sell button kind of thing. So it just depends, but that's it. I primarily do day trades, so I'm not a huge swing and investment kind of guy like TJ is. So yeah, IB does have limitations. I have a couple other brokerage accounts, but I do use IB the most. So fortunately, I can't give you a solution there.
It's more flexible to do that on the desktop version than on the mobile. So if you're trading mobile, you're limited on entering bracket or multiple brackets and stuff. But on the desktop, you can enter. Usually what I do is that I enter the trade with a bracket, and if I want to exit at the same spot, I would just adjust the size if I bought more, or you can enter a bracket order separately. Like you want to reduce the size on both sides of the trade. So you have to enter one cancels all after the fact, after you buy the second lot.
Yeah, so like technically it's each platform's going to have different ways of doing that, but on a trade idea, I guess it's pretty simple. Try to break up your positions into 2 or 3 sizes or lots, because it's so hard to be accurate with just a one and done kind of model. I don't know anybody that does that. So and does it well. So if you're trading and you've got a smaller account and that's how you're trading, you're just putting your account all in, all out, and one entry and then one exit, you're disadvantaged right there. You're trading the hard way. Sure, if it goes up and leaves this train station without you and you've only got a third of the position on at the moment, yeah, that sucks. But let me tell you, I'm betting you'll get a second or a third chance to average down or add to your position more often than not, right? So, and that's how some of the best traders do it. They don't do the one and done. I leave a runner with a stop loss. I think I kind of covered all the points. The top ones I kind of repeated for myself lower down, but those are sort of some of my guidelines that I like to have in mind, and they're just sort of general traits I think that every trader should pay attention to. The other big picture thing I just want to mention is, and I put this word in TJ's head a long time ago, and it's being a holistic trader. I think there's no one secret sauce to becoming a good trader. It is a toolbox of many traits, and many techniques. I think the best traders have a really good technical analysis understanding. I think they have a really good fundamental understanding of companies and their valuations, then I think people have good traders also understand capital markets and supply and demand. I think they know order flow. They're able to do it. Like I think to be really successful, you've got to work at all aspects, and it's not never just one thing. So keep working at all points. If you're weak and you don't understand fundamentals with grapple, it's really easy to learn and improve your basics on that. Same thing with technical analysis. Same thing with whether it's derivatives or futures. I think it's all important. Don't think that you can just know one thing and be a good trader. And then the other one, in addition to fundamental, technical, and understanding the markets, is that you got to have time in. You got to have experience, right? Every year that you watch stocks and observe price actions and read news and filings and that kind of thing, you become more aware of these trends and what can happen in the market. So that's the formula to success, is having a really good set of tools in your toolbox, and understanding it's not just one thing. So to being a holistic trader, I guess, is the key. All right, I'm done rambling for the afternoon. I'll let the shot callers come in for Power Hour.
Oh, Shot Callers is back. Thanks for the handout, Ben Trading. We are here live.
Tony doing his thing. Tony, that's awesome, man. Way to jump in.
Let's go. All right, come on, guys.
That seemed like a good lull in the action, Friday afternoon. It's Friday night.
I just want one trade to break me over this $700 resistance that I can't get over. And it's driving me crazy.
I'll see if I can find you one.
Yeah, listen, just $1. Once I get $1, all the shorts will squeeze through my P&L, and then it will go all the way up to $1,000. I promise.
What is this a personal goal of yours to have on average more than $700 a day?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the more the better. I just can't get over $700 freaking dollars today. I get to like 690, and I go back down to 500. Then I get to 690 again, then I go back down to 500. And I'm just like, dude, let me get over 700, please.
The problem is that you're watching the P&L. Don't watch.
Yes, I know, but for me, it's a heavy resistance level that I have to be aware of.
That's an interesting.
Are you running TA on your P&L?
I was just thinking the same thing. This guy, I was like,
study, I said.
Dre is analyzing his P&L like he does charts. I got heavy resistance at 7. I got a flat top breakout at 750.
What I'm saying is, if I don't break out soon, it's going to turn into Head and Shoulders pattern, and I'm screwed. So I really need
That is funny. That is really funny.
You know what it is? It's the cat. It's the chart cat on your P&L.
I'm saying it's right now. It's forming the right shoulder, and if I don't push over the head, I'm done.
It's all in your head, man. You're the key.
I am the key. Actually, if I can't find anything, I'm just going to call it a day with my $699 as I fuck 700.
Yeah, see, this is how you're going to end up with the Head and Shoulders, is that you're going to try to cross over and now over trade and then get into the downtrend.
Dre, you like momentum, yeah?
Yeah, what's momentuming?
Take a look at QS. There's some money to be made there.
Options alert on 6-3, 45 calls near the ask. What? And this is high short interest too, huh? Bro, there's no momentum here. It died 5 bars ago.
Yeah, so you can shoot it back down.
BBIG had some nice momentum. That was good. I feel like every ticker is just rotating. Like 2-3 bar pump, rotate. 2 to 3 bar pump, rotate.
Yeah, for being a Friday and being the end of another meme week, it's been pretty boring.
All right, I'm going to play this head and shoulders on BlackBerry on the short side. Let's see if it breaks.
What time frame are you looking at?
1 minute. Come on, just do it right now. There we go. No, I haven't fixed my socket problem. I haven't had time today. If I do a short order and it doesn't fill and the price is moving around before it fills, does that mean there's no shares and TOS is waiting to fill me?
All right, IB or TOS? Oh, TOS. On IB, you get a notice that says we're working on getting you shares. Like it'll just like show you something, but I don't know how TOS does it. But yeah, and if it goes below, then it's probably not going to fill anymore. But if it goes up on IB, it fills on the higher price.
Isn't the short fee with all of these meme tickers really, really high?
About BlackBerry.
Oof, it's knifing.
You like that? Fucking savage.
Oh, they're all knifing. AMC is 46.
All right, guys, I'm at 670. Okay, I'm almost there.
The short fees aren't too bad. It's the buying power. It takes like for me to short, 20,000. I need to have. It takes up like 80,000 buying power. I have to have 4 times the buying power available just to short one of these suckers, like AMC, GME, BlackBerry. It's
Yeah.
really odd. That's what sucks. The fee is not too bad. The borrow rate's not too bad.
I'm yet to find a way to figure out what is the maintenance margin required for every ticker.
You are going to be over 700 now.
712. Let's go.
Let's see where the volume ends up on this candle, and then you might get another one. Yeah, I think we're gonna get another candle down here. But it's probably gonna be a wiki candle.
Is it going to be wiki?
Is there any life in the AMC 0-day options?
I'm selling workhorse ones right now. I've sold the $15 ones, the $13.50 ones, and I'm looking at possibly selling these 13s.
What's Workhorse at now?
12.85. Oh, it'd be sweet to get all these memes to puke here the last hour.
The volume on this relief candle is terrible.
Yeah, on AMC, all the calls above 60 and above are basically useless to short. 3 pennies.
All right, let's go. What are we doing?
We need Fubo to dump. That's what we need.
Oh, those 24 puts.
And we need SNDL to close at $1.08. That's what I said yesterday. I'd love $1.08 today, and then an open on Monday of like $1.02, $1.01, and then all the $1 stops get triggered and it goes down to like 92 cents. And a quick spike. That's when I get out.
It had me scared for a second. I thought it was 1.8 that you're aiming for.
I think GoPro is gearing up for a new move to the upside on the larger time frames. Because we've been in a downtrend since mid-March, and now we're kind of riding the top trend line.
All right, I see that.
So I'd say like over 1080, it's probably gonna just break through.
I'm gonna add 1,000 of these SNDL puts, guys, at 6 cents.
That's a $1 next week.
Yeah. Yeah, that was instant fill.
I'm doing it too. Let's do it.
What's the bid and ask on that tape? For some reason, IB's not showing me.
5 cents by 6 cents. I have way more than what I should, but I think. Let me look here. Yeah, I'm good till basically I'm good till like 5.5 cents. Break even for me is like 5.5 cents because I sold some, like I was saying, I sold the 150 calls today that are going to expire worthless. All right, I got $400 $1.50 contracts that are going to expire worthless. And I have a shit ton, literal shit ton, almost a ton of less than deal puts. Now we just need to die.
That would have been nice if we would have got the top of that. 135.
Oh, well, I started selling calls when these $1.50 calls were, let me see, what were they yesterday? 19 cents. I started selling them. So I had about 1,000, close to 1,000 that I had that paid me really well yesterday, and then I closed some out today, so I just have 400 left. Oh, come on, die, you piece of crap. Need Fubo to die too.
Is it still 5-6? Tape, I'm putting an order blind here.
5-6, yep. Now it's 6 by 7.
That was me buying 100 sixes.
We just need this thing to like get sub 110 and then let people panic and see what happens. At 108, it should start moving close to a half a penny per penny, something like that. And we got 45 minutes left. I guarantee you there's a lot of people trapped in SNDL. It's too much volume. I traded, 600 million yesterday, and then about 500 million the day before that, and then 315 million today. And now we're sitting at the low of almost the third day, which means if you bought it and you owned it in the last 3 days, you're now underwater.
My BlackBerry call that Tape and I were talking about earlier. I bought this last month sometime. Actually, my cost for 100 shares was $13.07. I bought a call expiring, or sold a call expiring today at a $14 call at $1.86. It's now trading at 20 cents. I actually rolled it a little bit early. I rolled it at 53 cents and bought a call next week, or sold a call next week at $1.96. So my cost average went from 13.07 down to 9.78.
Nice. That's how you do it. So you got $1.30 the first.
That's kind of the perfect setup because this thing is closing right at my strike price on my previous call.
Yeah, so you got $1.30 on the first one, and you're going to get $1.90 on the second one. No, you got $1.80 something, but you scaled out at 53, so you got $1.30, and then the new one that you sold, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
What stock was that again?
$14.
No, what stock was it again?
Oh, BlackBerry.
BlackBerry, that's right. Okay.
And it's really educational to watch at the end of the day on a Friday to see how much that theta drops. I mean, I rolled it like an hour ago, and it's already been cut in half again. Again, based on the fact that it's floating right around the strike price of 14, and not every stock's going to do this, but it was a good setup.
All right, SNDL low of the day. NAKD low of the day. Let's see what else is low of the day here.
Did you add to Fubo puts today?
I have enough, man. Oh, I did add today, yeah, but I have enough. I'm not buying it anymore.
Because it went down just on volatility, I guess.
Yep, I'm in at 56.5 cents, and it's sitting at 45 right now. So I'm down. Let me look. 20%. I'm down 20% on it. All right, these puts are getting a little bit of action, not much, but should start really moving at $1.08.
NVIDIA never did announce their split vote, did they? The results.
They are splitting, aren't they? Or you?
No, they had their vote yesterday, but they didn't release the results on it yet.
Okay, I thought it was a given that it was 4-1 or whatever it was going to be.
You guys see any of the other memes that I didn't mention that are hitting lows for the day? So I know SNDL, NAKD, and Fubo is almost there. Is this a low of the day on BlackBerry? I'm just trying. The reason I asked is I'm trying to look to see what I can sell calls here the last 45 minutes and just collect a couple $100 here and there.
MVIS.
NVIS. I did not know that one. Let me look.
Oh, it's now bouncing back a bit.
BlackBerry's at 1390. It hit 1370 about an hour ago. But IV for next week is about 240 right now.
Hey, see you, Ryan. Have a great weekend, buddy. So my friend David that I've been telling you guys about that works a regular job and he's trying to make $1,000 a week just like selling covered calls. He has a MVIS position that he bought at 1150, and he's got that thing down to it's almost like $6 or something like that. And he just texted me and told me that he sold this earlier in the day. I guess he was watching when MVIS popped, and he sold the 2350 call for $2.90. Guys, that's insane. $2. Did I say 250? I meant 290.
How much is it at now?
I don't know. I'd have to let me look.
Because these are July 2nd, so they still have some life in them.
Looks like they're bidding 210. Yeah, they are July. No, it's bidding. I'm sorry. It's bidding $1.30. But he does have some time on it, but that's okay. I mean, if he gets called out, it's fine. We'll just find another position for him to sell calls against. He did that one. He did SNDL, and he did Fubo. So he's in Fubo at like, I think he bought it at like 1650, and he's since sold it down to like 10. So he's in an average about $10 on that.
Hey, take a look at CCIV. That's like a meme stock with high short interest, but I don't know. I'm thinking about longing the calls for next week, but I'm not sure if that's a good move. It's not really reacting the same way the other guys are.
Yeah, I really don't watch that one. I can't really give you an opinion on something I'm not familiar of. I know that it's an electric car company. Other than that, I don't know anything about it.
What should I have for lunch?
Tuffy, that question depends on what you want to get out of you know, the stock? Do you want to, are you trying to hold it? Are you trying to get called out of it? Are you just trying to, you know, milk covered call money from it? How long do you want to hold it for? There's a lot of factors involved in that long-term hold. So you're just trying to get paid for covered call stuff. And what price are you in Tesla at? Sorry, I don't mean to get personal, but you ask a question, we need to know this stuff. You're in Tesla at $50? Is this supposed to be 500 or 50? Okay, we're gonna go with 50. So, well, you have a really good position, so let's take a look. All right, something safe. So we want something safe because you don't want to be called out, right? So something safe on Tesla is probably, I would say, $100 to $150 out of the money. And does Tesla have earnings coming up anytime in the next 2 weeks, guys?
No, he's safe on that.
He's safe. Okay. All right. So let's take a look. 11 June. Let's go $100 out. That would be 700. Okay. Next Friday's 700 is really not that interesting. Probably have to go further out than that. The 18 June has some interesting ones. You could take a look at those. See, I don't know what your risk tolerance is. 1 second. Trying to trade and answer questions. I don't know what your risk tolerance is, but if you want to be a little risky, you could go with the 650 and get paid $6 for them. Anybody else want to chime in?
You know better than me.
Yeah, I really don't know Tesla though. Plus Elon Musk is like unpredictable. He could, you know, say he solved cancer on Twitter and Tesla will, you know, pop $500. Tuffy, you're new here, aren't you? I don't think I've seen you in here before.
What does that verified label mean?
Verified with the phone.
Like, how do you get verified? Oh, so it's a Discord thing. Okay.
So to get verified, first you have to create a Twitter account, then you have to pump stocks, then you have to get your followers to buy the stocks, and you sell those stocks to your followers while putting up results of how you've done really well. And then you get more followers, and then you get verified.
That's the David Portnoy kind of thing.
I don't think he doesn't front run. I think he's just an idiot. I don't think
He just loses money. Yeah, he's not
Yeah,
good at it.
he's not front running anybody. He's just a gambler. He's like at
Wait,
his heart is a
how did he
gambler.
make all this money? I thought he got famous because he made this good
Brand.
Oh hell no, no. Portnoy's rich because he owns Barstool Sports, and Barstool Sports, half of it, well, 49% of it was bought by Penn National Gaming, and now he's worth like a couple $100 million. That's how he got wealthy. He started his career as a sports bookie. He would make bets at the sports books. He still does it today. And then when all the sports stopped, he got bored during COVID and he started day trading.
Okay. I thought he had like a big following because he made some quick money or something.
I don't know.
No, he's really bad.
Yeah, if you follow him, you're losing money. And he'll even tell you, he'll say, "Hey, don't buy this. I'm a dipshit. I'm gonna lose money."
Yeah, I saw that one video. I never actually seen a video of a guy, but I saw that one video and it was pretty funny. The Safe Moon pick thing.
Yeah, he's very charismatic. It's funny to watch him. No, Mon, I've gone over that several times, bud. You're gonna have to, watch the streams. I've gone over it. I don't even know how many times. Probably a dozen. Is DCU 10 still around? Is he still timestamping stuff on the chats?
You talking about DC 10?
DCU D10, yeah. Do you have hey bud, did you timestamp anything for I don't know, SNDL puts or anything like that? You can give him a that guy that was just asking there, give him like a time frame, I guess, to look at. That's a pretty big mock.
So AMC's back up to 50.
Yeah, this is where it kind of spiked down, right? Right around this area.
It's at resistance trend line here. If it breaks up, it might try to go for VWAP 52.
For what it's worth, my indication on mock says 1.2 billion. Benzinga literally is never right on anything. I think they have a dartboard and they just like have stuff on a dartboard like this is what we're going to say is the earnings number for this and they just throw darts at it. Workhorse is getting a little bit of a bounce.
The margin requirement to short AMC is so high.
Where do you find that out at? Does Toss tell you somewhere?
I don't use DOS, but on IB, it tells you if you get rejected, it said you need this much to do this much. But there's also a like a what if kind of button, but I don't use. Like you put the order and you press a button instead of actually trying to send it. I don't know what DOS has.
Can SNDL break $1 before close?
No. I don't see how that could happen. You almost need it. Let's see. I think this is pretty much the bottom. I don't know if you guys heard me this morning. You can rewind and listen to what I said this morning. I said the perfect setup for SNDL and our puts is for it to close at $1.12 today. And I said open at $1.08 on Monday and immediately tank. Like tank to $1. Everybody that has dollar stops, those will all kick in. And then you'll get this spike down to like 92, 93, 94 cents, right around in there. And that'll juice those. That'll double those puts if it happens on Monday or Tuesday. Oh yeah, when SNDL gets down to where it's like, attractive again, I will let everybody know that they should be longing it, believe me. And then we can wait for the next meme pop and we can do it all over again.
Can't wait.
Yeah, guys, if you bought in at like 70 something cents and you didn't sell calls against it, you literally could have sold like the dollar strikes that expire next Friday. You could have sold those for like, I think at one point they were at 78 cents. You could have actually had free shares because you like say you bought in at 78 cents. You sold your strike yesterday when it was like super high at 78 cents. You literally would have free shares. You just needed to close under $1 by next Friday. All right, SNDL just had a very large sale come through. Large. Somebody got hammered. I love watching SNDL when the traders, like there's certain traders in here that will try to hold bids and offers by putting out like 1 million at a time. And they don't want to get hit on all of that. They're just trying to like show support so they could flip it back and forth. And when they get hammered on all of their bids, they panic. And they like, because it's like 10 grand. You have 1 million shares for a penny. It's 10 grand if you lose it.
Oh yeah, well, there was a lot of that under $1 because then the tick is a lot smaller than a penny.
Right. So I like trading I don't like trading SNDL like this because you're constantly buying bids or buying offers and selling bids, and you're
Yeah, it's
already
like 1%.
yeah, you lose your advantage. Like it's dumb. So I like it when I want it under $1. I personally, you guys know I love to trade it. I want this damn thing to get under $1 more than anybody else in the world. Believe me. Because then once it's under $1, I can do all kinds of stuff with it, and make money different ways. Anyway, we're at $1.10 low of the day. Be nice to see $1.08. And if you guys pray, if you do pray to any god, pray that Fubo dies. Literally, files bankruptcy. That would be nice. Tired of looking at my negative Fubo position. Under $1.10, SNDL should get pretty fast here. I can't believe how AMC is just chilling at 50. Drives me crazy to see that.
Hey, what's the call flow on AMC for next week? Is it anything like this week?
I wasn't really watching that today, but let me look.
Because that will drive next week if this thing for some reason spikes.
Pretty big level at 59 and 60, and then 73. 40 looks like that would be a support area. There's a huge outstanding interest at 138,000 contracts. That's pretty large.
If anybody knows how to see call flow on IB, please let me know.
Yeah, this is pretty much the bottom for SNDL today. Wrap, I'm sorry. Yeah. I have till Friday, so on my Fubo puts. All right, guys, we got 20 minutes.
I just bought the $30 calls for CCIV next week. Just
Guys.
position.
You broke 1,000.
1150.
Yeah, that's right. High five, bro.
Nice.
Bro. You know what? I could have kept going too because I think Docu's going to melt here, but I played the Head and Shoulders on Docu and I went heavy on the top because I was like, this is a freaking Head and Shoulders. And I know it is. And I just closed it on the break of the neck. And I'm done. I'm not doing nothing else. I'm good. Man, what a battle today, dude. What a battle. This is how many tickers I had to play today to make my freaking $1,150.
It's a lot. You're.
That's what I was saying.
I did 88 orders today. That's it.
Dude, I literally was like jumping from ticker to ticker. Like, where's the volume? Where's the momentum?
It's like trading on crack. Like, next.
I know. That's what I was literally just cycling through everything looking for setups. Normally I just pick, between 1 and 5 stocks is usually my thing. But today was just garbage.
Oh, wow. AMC tanked. I expected it to at least try at the VWAP, but it didn't make it.
I should have left some for Docu as a runner. I don't know why I closed it all. I think this thing's going to come back down to 230. Or it might close up here. Who knows? Who knows?
Like, watch it, it'll break out.
Yeah, I know. Well, to your point, or to Ben Traden's point, you can't go. Docu was breaking out and squeezing like 5 or 6 times while I was in the long, and so I was in for like 150 shares, and then so every time it squeezed, right, I know when it's going to squeeze. I can tell, like I can see the volume and I can see it. So instead of closing my whole position on the squeeze, I'll just buy back 50 shares and then I'll re-add that 50 shares at a higher price. And so basically I keep the same amount of capital in use, but yes, I'm taking a small loss on closing some of that 50, but I'm re-adding it at a higher price, so my average is better, so that when it melts, my reward is better. And so to that point, you know, you can't go heavy on your support and resistances. You have to plan for some of these squeezes on both sides. And I don't even know why I traded AMC today or NQ, because NQ was literally just moving up, and I was like, oh, this is it's got the perfect short. And then right when I short it, boom, freaking $100 against me. And I'm like, okay, I'm not touching this anymore. Like, I'm good.
I opened NQ because really it's my go-to day trade, and I looked at this chart and I'm like, there's no movement in this thing. It's just going straight up.
Trey, congratulations again, bro.
Yeah, I think it would have been better. I shouldn't have even touched AMC. I shouldn't have touched NQ. You know, when you're just like searching for stuff and you're like, oh, it might bounce here. And then instead of like taking your time, you just do it, and then it goes against you. And you're like, what the hell? You know, I made a lot of mistakes today. So
You have to do that 1,000 times before you learn.
I know. I think I'm almost there.
Hey.
Funny.
Do you want to answer Vulcan's question out on the Greeks when it comes to options? I think the easiest way to answer you, Vulcan, is to send you to the interwebs to look at the Greeks. You can do a Google search for Greeks and options. And when you get a basic understanding of how they affect each other and how they work off each other, you can pretty much answer your own question.
Yeah, it's specific to it's delta, right? And
Well,
based on price movement, the contract will move X amount based on the actual price of the stock moves.
Yeah, it's based on the underlying movement of the common shares.
Yeah, delta. Yeah,
So.
It's different. So when you pull the Greeks, that's why you can't just look at, you know, time decay and stuff like that. You have to look at whether or not it's worth it because some, weirdly enough, you can see 10 contracts for the same weekly expiration, but they all have different deltas and vegas, and so you actually have to sit there and kind of do the math to see which one has the biggest risk to reward potential. And that's why sometimes you can get something and the stock can move $20, and you'll notice that some strike prices will move like 20-30% more than other strike prices, and that's the reason is because of the Greeks and how they're set up. That's all I know about options, so don't ask me any more questions. That's all I have to say about that.
I mean, part of it too is it's not that we're, you know, not wanting to answer your question, but we could explain it to you, Vulcan. And if you don't understand the Greeks, you're not going to understand what we're telling you. So the best way we can teach you is to tell you to go learn about the 4 Greeks, and then you can have a basic understanding of how the option derivative market works. So it's not that I'm ignoring you or anything or giving you a blow off answer.
Yeah, TJ, they did a training video.
Yeah, we did.
Options guide. I would probably watch that.
Can somebody tell Vulcan Trader where they might be able to find that if you guys aren't doing anything? I'm pretty busy right now, the last 10 minutes.
Someone posted it here earlier.
Hey guys, there was a big buyer that just stepped in at 8 cents on SNDL. Was that anybody in the room?
Wasn't me.
I'm just asking because I want to know if where this put flow is coming from.
No, I didn't do it.
Okay. So it's a big buyer that just stepped in there.
I bought at 6 and 7, but not 8.
All right, y'all. I'm done for the day. I gotta go do regular work for my regular job. I will see y'all on Monday.
Boring.
Boring.
Hey Dre, good week, man. Good job.
Yeah, decent week, and I should have that one day when I gave back 3-4K. That was. I'm still bummed about that. Lesson learned, but it's okay. It could have been better, but it was a good week.
Have a good weekend, man.
You too, guys.
Well, think about the mistake that you made, and then think about the 10 minutes leading up to the emotional side of it. And the next time you start feeling that, just push yourself away from the computer. That way you don't.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like on a roll, and it closed, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be a perfect short," and then it squeezed, and then I was like, "Oh my god, it's going long," and then I switched to long, and then after hours, I can't really mark it in and out, so it's so much harder for me. So really, I just need to not trade after hours because I can't really manage my risk because I'm not good at trading after hours. That's the tough part.
Yeah,
So
because you need liquidity with what you do, and everybody knows after hours is more risky because it lacks liquidity.
yeah,
Oh, by the
so
way, Vulcan, good on getting the videos. So watch it a couple times. The first time you watch it, you will not understand everything. So you're gonna have to watch it a couple times. All right, guys, we have 8x9 on these puts. Doesn't seem like a big deal, but you know what? That's 25%. Got 9 minutes.
Thanks on that tape, but with my ad at 6 and 7, I'm already up on the entire trade. I had
Yeah,
bought at 9 before.
yeah, I'm up too because I bought those extra 1,000 contracts.
I'm like 1/10 of your volume. I bought 50 at 9 cents, and then I bought 100 at 6 and 7.
And we should get paid on Monday. I'm hoping Monday is like a big meme knife die day because it's the beginning of a new string of options. And the market makers will probably try to come out and just slice these things to pieces Monday morning. That way they can burn all of the high calls that they had to sell and to try to hold this thing. And if they're smart, that's what they'll do, like a coordinated effort. That's what I'm betting on. There, we got 7 minutes.
That's my knife gif.
It's been a good week, guys. Really enjoyed this week talking to you guys and having the conversations that we had. They were not only enjoyable, but they were, learning. A lot of learning involved in that, and everybody was helping everybody else out. It was a good week, good team week. I might actually end green here, guys. Depends. Fubo's the one holdout. Well, it looks like we're going to get $1.10 on SNDL. It looks like they're going to hold the bid here going into the close. Does anybody have individual sell balances on tickers? And if so, can they tell me what the sell imbalance on SNDL is? The one source that I had that I told you guys about, they don't have it anymore. I know IB has it. I don't know if I have to pay for it or not, but I do know that IB does have it.
Sorry, what are you looking for?
It's the individual stock imbalances going into the close.
Oh, I don't know how to get that.
There you go, Hulk. What is that, Hulk? What program? Oh, that's cool. So it's got a sell side of 523. All right, guys, we got 2 minutes here. Not as much action as I thought there would be here at the close. All right.
All right. Good week. Good work.
Yep, it was. So what did they do here on AMC? They burned. Well, not really, because I mean they got 15 minutes, but let's just take a look. Well, they burned 15,652 contracts at 50. Oh gosh, they burned a lot, guys. You should you should see this what they burned. I'll just show
Oh,
you.
the out of money expired calls.
Yeah, I'll just show you. Look at all that OI on the far left-hand column. All those people got hosed. That is a lot of money right there. And just think, some dude at at 145 was paying at one point $10 for the right to own that contract.
Dude, I sold the 81s for $9 at some point.
Look at
Nuts.
that. Guys, that's crazy. Okay, just at first glance, let me just try to add it up here. So we got 6, 21, 25, 32, 35, 37, 47, 51, 61, 66, 76, 86, 96, 102, 112, 114, 23. Good Lord. 131, 140, 144, 148, 68, 177, 187, 89, 74, 214, 204, 205, 213, 214, 215, 218, jeez, 228, 248, 260, 270, 280, 285, 300, just rough count, 328,000 contracts they burned, guys, at varying price levels. Talk about kicking some butt if you're the market maker.
Yeah, well, the basically the market makers made money on all of these calls they sold, and
Yeah,
anybody else who did that have money too, so they could hedge their shorts even lower and continue the move down.
exactly. That's exactly what that means. That's why it doesn't bode well for, Monday for AMC. Yep, even the puts lost money, David. You're right, because the IV's rinsing. Yep. I had some puts that expired worthless, unfortunately, but that's okay.
Was that the 25s?
Yeah. All right, here's more proof that I do lose money. Wasn't as bad as it was before, but it is what it is. Had a good week though, really good week. I'll show you. I had these calls expire, and I get to keep all the money. I'll show you ones. I got this one, which I told you guys about. Then I have this one. Had some workhorse ones too.
Imagine if Dave, after he sold his calls, went short on them.
You talking about workhorse?
Yeah.
All right. The bad part, well, that's not bad because it's money both ways. But when I sold my last contract, it was about maybe 15 minutes into the morning yesterday. I got out at like $3 and I can't remember. Let's just say 350. I had in my head I was like, sell 50 the opposite way, and I didn't do it. It would have been an easy, 15, 20 grand.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking like I sold my 11s way too early. I sold them for like 20 cents, and they would have been $7 worth at 18, and I would have made 70 grand because I had 100. And I remember like seeing that when the price is like fluctuating, and it didn't cross my mind at all to short it because you just don't see the downside when it's crazy like that.
Right. So the best thing to do in situations like that, and I've done this before, is when you get a screamer like that, when you get like I don't know, a 4-bagger, 10-bagger, whatever, take your profit and then take a piece of it. I like to take about 10% of it and plow it into the other side of the trade, because when you get a trade that's up 1,200%, you might not get all 1,200% out of it, but chances are the 1,200 is going to turn into 800. It's going to come down 400%. So you can catch a little bit on the downside too, and you're only risking profit. So it's a lot easier for you to risk your profit as opposed to your capital, because you've already made that money and you're like, hey, if I, like Dave the other day, he made the 43 grand. He made a smart choice by walking away. But what I would have done is I would have turned around and put 5% of that into something else. Try to keep that momentum ball rolling.
Yeah, well, it's a very big size for him, and so he was. It's a good thing that he did
No,
that.
I understand why he did what he did. Like, I totally get it. I'm not telling that he did something wrong. He made a really good trade. He put the risk in and he got rewarded for it. But in the same sense, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, was he mentioned to us, I can't think right now, and that's the worst. I get the excitement, your fury, and all that. It's the worst thing you could do is not think. Like, you have the ability right then and there to turn the trade, take that trade and turn it into another good trade. And so there was plenty of time to do that, because that wasn't even like peak meme yet when he got out of that trade. And then he took the rest of the day off and he missed all that opportunity because he was staring at the 43 grand. And like I said, don't get me wrong, that's a lot of money, but he should have had some discipline and said, okay, we're going to take 5 of this and try to roll it, because 43 could become 60, could become 80. When you're in a hot streak like that, the worst thing you could do is just like take off,
Absolutely.
It's the time to push. That's the time to push. Oh, hey, David.
Hey guys.
I know you're listening
Uh,
on the week. So I'm trying to offend you in any sort of way. Please don't take it like offensively at all. Like,
Absolutely not, Tape. I
all right.
want to say thank you so much for this week. You've
Yeah.
been really helpful. And I've been trying to practice my call flow watching. So that's all I did today.
It's a good skill. Yeah, you killed it. Congratulations. You deserve to have a good weekend. From what I understand, you doubled your account or almost doubled your account.
Not necessarily double, but over 150K now on the portfolio. So really nice.
And that's a good chunk. And so you're a full-time trader, right?
No, I actually work after 30 minutes after the market close. I just still work my 4:30 to 1 a.m. job.
Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I traded, like I was saying earlier, I traded on my lunch breaks when I was in the Air Force full-time, active duty. And then when I got out of the Air Force, I worked in mid-shift like you. I worked from 3 in the afternoon, so I couldn't trade the close, but I worked from 3 in the afternoon till 1 in the morning, 4 days a week on the job that I had for 9 months before I quit and started full-time trading, making my own LLC and S corporation. So, I mean, at 150, I can confidently say that, excuse me, with that type of bank account or brokerage account, you should be able to make like $1,000 a day on that.
Yeah, and
Pretty
during May, I only had like 3 down days, and they were like very small the whole month.
That's what
So
you consistency is the key.
yeah,
So good for you, man. Good for you.
thank you. I'm gonna take this weekend to decide what I want to do.
Yeah, I think at confidently at 100 grand, somebody could trade full time. And when people ask me about it, they always go, "Yeah, no, I have 25,000," because they know the SEC rule for PDT and all that. And I'm like, you can't day trade with 25 grand. You can't become a full time trader with 25 grand. You could piss around in the market and try to, swing that into more, but not the full time trade. You need 100 grand. And they'll say, "Why do I need 100?" And I say, "Because you're going to lose half of it right away." That's why. You're going to learn some lessons along the way, and hopefully over the next 6 months, you make the other half back. And over the following 6 months, you learn a lot and maybe double that, But consistency, if you find 3 or 4 or 5 things that work for you, there's no reason to not do those every single day. I know you guys see it with me. I do the same stuff. I trade the same stocks, and might seem boring because this, that, and the other thing is moving and pumping and whatever. But, if you're consistent and you're consistently making money, which is the whole job is to make money, why would you change anything? I mean, you can adapt and all of that, but why would you change your style? Have a great weekend, Blue Hill.
Yeah, and like my expenses are like very small. I don't have a car payment and no debt, so yeah, I have a good amount in savings. Got 6 months of savings in my bank account just sitting there. So I'm gonna try to give it a go for full time.
Good for you, David. Really proud of you, man. How old are you?
I'm 21. Just turned 21 recently.
You would be, if you lived in Kansas City, you would be one of the guys that I would identify as someone that I would like to speak wisdom in life over, because you get it. Like, you're at such a young age and you are so far ahead of other 21-year-olds that the groundwork that you need to build up at such a young age is already there. I can tell because, you got your 6 months worth of living expenses, you got probably no debt, you got, a good brokerage size account, and you have a vision, and those things are all important for, people to have, especially a man. Move out to Kansas City.
I was going after college because I have one more year left. I was gonna go move to Florida.
It's a good place.
Yeah.
I like Florida. We have a beach place in Florida.
Nice.
Down on Emerald Isle. It's Fort Walton Beach actually, but it's called the MRL.
All right.
Well,
I have
good
to
for you.
go to work. I gotta get into
Yep.
my work now. See you guys later.
I'm
Have a
taking
good
off.
weekend.
Same to you, dude.
Have a good weekend, Solo. Who else? Let's see.
I'm excited to make money on the SNDL puts next week.
I do too. I want it to so bad make money on them. I don't want it to be a loser. Oh, I really don't. But you know what though? It did exactly what I wanted it to do. So I'm not ungrateful or anything. It did exactly what I wanted to do. It closed where I wanted it to close. I think Monday we're setting up pretty good. Yeah, we had to pay up a little on the IV portion of it, but that's okay. You know, early bird gets the worm, so to say. We probably could have waited till today or even Monday to buy them, but hey, we're in. And we got, I think pretty much everybody has good money in right now because what did it close at? It closed at 8 cents. I think for the most part, everyone's in at 6, 7, or 8 cents. I don't know anybody that's in higher than that. So that's good.
Well, I didn't really realize this. I just looked at the holder list for this stock, and there's a ton of quant funds in this. To your point, like a ton. D. Shaw, Renaissance is big, Millennium, which runs long short strategies. There's a lot of hedge funds in this.
Tell me why you think.
Sorry, what's that?
Why do you think there's a lot of hedge funds in it?
Oh, I'm just looking at the holder list, registered holder list from the 13F filings. I can see it. I can see the reported fund holdings. I'll paste it. Hold on.
I believe you. I'm asking why do you think they are in it?
Oh, for the same reason that you were mentioning before. It's a really high volatile stock. They can market make on it, and it's consistently profitable.
Right. And because of it's a high IV, like it's stayed consistently in the 2, 3, 400s, they can sell calls against their position and basically get free positions.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
That's why.
Have a good weekend.
See you, Solo.
Same to you.
I'm taking off too, guys. You guys have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
You too, Dave. See you.